as you are able. I now call this meeting of Barrie City Council to order.
Evening, everyone. Please be seated. Welcome to Council Chambers tonight. We do have a number of interesting items on the agenda this evening. Our first order of business at Council tonight, though, will be to swear in an incoming student mayor, Isabel Alonzo Villarino of Innisdale Secondary School. So I'll now call on Wendy Cook, our Deputy City Clerk, to swear in the incoming student mayor.
I, Isabel Milagro Alonso Villarino,
having been elected to the office of student mayor for the period of January 11th, 2016 to January 25th, 2016,
having been elected to the office of student mayor for the period of January 11th, 2016 to January 25th, 2016,
do solemnly promise and declare
do solemnly promise and declare
that I will truly, faithfully, and impartially exercise this office to the best of my knowledge and ability,
that I will truly, faithfully, and impartially exercise this office to the best of my knowledge and ability,
that I have not received and will not receive any payment or reward or promise thereof,
that I have not received and will not receive any payment or reward or promise thereof,
for the exercise of this office in a biased, corrupt, or in any other improper manner,
for the exercise of this office in a biased, corrupt, or any other improper manner,
that I will disclose any pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act,
that I will disclose any pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act,
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II,
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II,
and I make this solemn promise and declaration conscientiously believing it to be true and knowing that it is of the same force and effect as if made under oath.
and I make this solemn promise and declaration conscientiously believing it to be true and knowing that it is of the same force and effect as if made under oath.
Welcome to, welcome to Council, Isabel. Hope you enjoy your term of office, and I would like to take a moment to introduce the members of Council and staff in attendance this evening. Ward 1, Councillor Bonnie Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and welcome to Barrie City Council, Your Worship.
Ward 2, Councillor Rose Romita.
Welcome to Barrie City Council.
Ward 3, Councillor Doug Shipley.
Welcome to Council.
Ward 4, Councillor Barry Ward. Ward 5, Councillor Peter Silvera. Ward 6, Councillor Michael Prowse. Ward 7 is currently vacant. Ward 8, Councillor R.F. Khan. Ward 9, Councillor Sergio Morales. And Ward 10, Councillor Mike McCann.
Welcome. I'll be looking for your input on the budget next week.
All the help we can get. I would also like to introduce to you that we have a number of our senior staff here tonight, members of the city's executive management team, our directors from various departments, and of course at the back of the room, members of the media who are with us. So I hope you enjoy your stay as student mayor. The first item of business for council is confirmation of the minutes. Members of council, the minutes of the city council meeting that was held December 14th, 2015 have been circulated. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, the minutes are adopted as printed and circulated. Okay, we have two matters under awards and recognition this evening. We will hear from our MP for Barrie Innisfil in a minute. That's the second item, but the first is a very special recognition of some city staff for actions associated with saving a life at the Allendale Rec Center. Tonight, it's a great pleasure for me to recognize several of our recreation services staff for their recent handling of an emergency situation at the Allendale Recreation Center. So I'd like to call on Stephanie, and I apologize now if I mispronounce some of your names. Stephanie Payette, Samantha Sergil, Robin Rankin, Lyda Austin, Colin Hulla, and Vivian Groff to join me at the podium. If the six of you are all here, if you could come down and join me at the podium. On the 16th of October 2015 this year, we had a 41-year-old male who was running on the treadmill at the Allendale Recreation Center when he suffered a heart attack and collapsed. Stephanie, who's a fitness instructor who was instructing at the time, rushed to the citizen's side, quickly determining that he was beginning to lose consciousness. Stephanie yelled to rec programmer Lyda Austin, who notified building staff of the incident via radio and called 911. Facility staff Colin Hulla and Samantha rushed onto the scene as the man lost consciousness. Samantha retrieved the automatic electric defibrillator, the AED, as Colin began CPR. Recreation programmers Robin Rankin and Vivian Groff arrived on the scene and assisted with CPR while applying the AED. The AED administered a shock. It advised continued CPR, and shortly thereafter administered another shock. At this time, fire services, EMS, and police all arrived, and the paramedics applied their equipment and took over. At that time, the individual was transported to RVH for further medical assessment. Paramedics confirmed he was speaking to them in the ambulance as he was en route to the hospital. One of the citizens' contacts has confirmed with our staff that he is back home en route to a full recovery. EMS, fire, and police who were on site commended the staff at the Allendale Recreation Center for their quick response in applying the AED, which resulted in saving the man's life. I wanted to make special thanks to Barrie Fire Services, Barrie Police Services, and Simcoe County EMS for their quick response time to the rec center on that day, and of course their support at the scene. Also thanks to Amanda and Jeff with Barrie Fire Services for their crisis incident stress management debrief afterwards with our staff. But most of all, I want to congratulate and thank these 6 individuals. There's a resident of Barrie who owes them his life, and as on many occasions, I am so proud of the training that our staff receive and their ability to put that training to good use in the moment when it is needed most. We have an award at the City of Barrie, which is the Award of Merit, which we give to individuals whose brave actions and quick thinking are involved in saving a life, and we have those 6 medallions for the 6 of you here tonight. But I want to say congratulations, not only I'm sure on behalf of a very grateful resident, but congratulations on behalf of council and the staff, and indeed everybody in the City of Barrie. Congratulations to all of you. Okay, so this is the slightly awkward part where different people want to take pictures. So what I will do is give the certificate and the award to each of you in turn, and I'm just going to call you by name. So if you could just maybe come here and we'll do a picture. So those family members or others who want to take pictures, maybe we'll just turn around and do it like this. Does that work, you think? That doesn't work, does it, Bob? Bob Vruden, who's in this business, what works best? Here facing out? Okay. So what is I think Bob should come over here. There's 2 of them. No, 3/3 family members. Yeah. So why don't all of you who want to take a picture just come on over here, come down to the bottom of the steps when you want to take a picture, and we'll face this way. And first of all, Stephanie, congratulations. Thank you so much for your quick actions. I don't know. Samantha. Oh, Samantha's not here. Okay, we'll get that to her. Robin. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Maybe we'll get everyone together at the end. Lila. Yeah? Lila. Sorry, I said Lila. Thank you so much. Colin. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Vivian. Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations. Hey, now everybody. We'll get a picture for all time. All right. Congratulations. Okay, our second matter tonight, second presentation, is by MP John Broussard regarding an update on federal matters. MP Broussard, no stranger to these chambers. Welcome to the podium.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. As they teach us in the House of Commons, we have to do our coats up before we speak. So I did miss the ride around the Bay tonight. You know, I got used to it over those 9 years, and I noticed tonight that the rink is open down by Centennial Park, and there was a glorious hockey jersey that I saw some kid wearing tonight, Councillor Prowse, the red, blue, and white of the Habitant. It warmed my heart as I drove around that bay. And I want to start tonight by acknowledging the fact that Sean Bubel is here with me tonight. That was great timing, Sean, wasn't it? Sean is my executive assistant in our new office at 480 Huronia Road, Unit 204B. It's upstairs, and for people who may not know where that is, it's where you get your blood work done. It's where the mind and muscle training facility and the Huronia Urgent Care Clinic. Our staff, I'm glad to say that we're fully operational now. In that unit, our other assistant, Susan Wilson, works there on a full-time basis. We have part-time staff, and we also are fully operational in Ottawa. And my office, so you know, Mayor Lehman, when you do come down, or other members of council, is right next door to MP Nuttall's office. So it should be easy to find us. Your worship, members in council, thank you for allowing me to speak to you this evening. It's truly an honor to address you tonight for the first time as the Member of Parliament for Barrie Innisfil. This will be the first of several updates I intend to provide before you over the next 4 years. And while I know that we're just weeks into the new session of Parliament and that this report may be a little thin on some details, I do want this to be a sign of my commitment to regularly communicate with you and to our residents. So I will always appreciate the time that I spend in this chamber. I cherish the relationships that were built, and please know it was a privilege to serve alongside such amazing, dedicated people working together for Greater Barrie. My hope is to expand on that goodwill and to continue to work together to build an even better community. The Greater Barrie area faces many challenges, and they're not unique compared to other municipalities. As Councillor Prowse astutely noted in his recent editorial in the Barrie Examiner, municipalities are responsible for 80% of the infrastructure in this nation, yet they only receive 91% of the overall tax revenue collected. And with federal and provincial governments controlling 91% of the tax revenue in this country, they have an indisputable obligation to assist cities like Barrie, but they have to hear from us on what those specific needs are. The previous Conservative government made important investments in our area, as you know. Barrie received significant funding for North End projects like the 400 Duckworth Interchange, the new Wellness Centre at Georgian College, and the Lampman Lane Centre refurbishment. Many of you had a hand in those, Councillor Ainsworth, Councillor Shipley, Councillor Ward, and certainly Councillor Silvera with Lampman Lane. In our city's core, federal infrastructure investments help secure a central fire station, build a new downtown theatre, and will help transform Fred Grant Square into a downtown centerpiece with the new public gathering space at Meridian Place. And Councillor Romita, you were involved in that, as you were Mayor Lehman. Mayor Lehman, you've had your hands on a lot of these projects. And South Barrie also saw some significant federal commitments to resume the GO Train service through the P3 Canada Fund. Federal investments were made towards Barrie Transit, the facility, and federal funds were the catalyst in bringing IBM's data center to the South End. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the work by our staff to bring those to reality, in addition to the work of members of council. These amenities and opportunities serve us very well today and will for many years to come, as Barrie's population is expected to increase by 75,000 new residents by 2031. The annexed lands in South Barrie will play an integral role in the development of our future growth. With traffic congestion expected to increase, the proposed Highway 400 Harvey Road crossing is a vital piece of infrastructure for the south end of the city, and nobody knows that more than Councillor Khan and Councillor Morales. Moving forward, commitments from Ottawa will be essential in completing future projects like this. During the federal campaign, the Liberals pledged to run big deficits, but included in that spending was the promise of billions more on infrastructure. That said, if municipalities receive more funding from Ottawa due to an election promise of another party, I'm not displeased to show my support for that initiative. Cities like Barrie desperately need that assistance. Well, it's unclear at this point what formula will be used to determine how infrastructure funding within the new Building Canada Fund will roll out. Historically, funding has occurred on a shared one-third, one-third, one-third basis between the federal, provincial, and municipal governments. I am encouraging, and I believe you should as well, a simplified, non-politicized process that lets the provinces and municipalities know how much is available within a certain envelope, so to speak, that makes it easy for projects to be identified quickly, including those that meet what should be the national agenda of all parties to create jobs, grow the economy, and create a long-term sustainable Canadian economy. This is also the time for you as members of council to seek commitments from Barrie's MPP, because the provincial government will surely be a partner in the funding formula, and I will continue to do work in Ottawa to do the same. The former government also helped Barrie significantly by increasing federal gas tax transfers and making them permanent. Prior to forming government, the City of Barrie was receiving just over $2 million a year from Ottawa's temporary fund, and by the midway point of the Conservative term, gas tax monies meant nearly $8 million annually for our city. This type of stable commitment that needs to continue and be enhanced if we're able to be successful in addressing the needs of our growing area. I also wanted to assure you that I have every intention, as the official opposition MP and urban affairs critic, to work constructively with all members of Parliament in the House of Commons to address our area's needs. However, infrastructure deficits are not the only big challenges that face the Greater Barrie area. The Lake Simcoe Region watershed is a major recreational asset generating more than $200 million annually for our area's tourism and recreational industries. Average phosphorus load levels for Lake Simcoe in the 1990s were well over 100 tons per year. Unprecedented federal funding of nearly $60 million over a 10-year period beginning in 2007 was a success. As the latest data shows, the annual phosphorus load has decreased by 30%. The health of our lake is paramount to our future, and we need to ensure the new government fully understands the positive impacts prior investments have made, and I will do all I can to make sure that this investment continues. In fact, Member of Parliament Alex Nuttall and I had a meeting on Friday on just how we were going to do that. Also, as a growing city, Barrie is undergoing many changes to the transit system and is working on providing more reliable and modern services. Transit planning will continue to be a priority for the city, and since the new government has identified public transit as a key area for potential investments, there should be more revenue streams to tap into in the coming years. I also want to commend Mayor Lehman and other members of council for their focus on low-income and affordable housing in Barrie. Having gone through this exercise with you during our first 100 days of this new council, I know how great the need is for affordable housing in Barrie, and I also know the various options that residents are seeking. While the federal government has said they will commit significant dollars to what it terms as social infrastructure, there's still little in the way of detail on what that investment will look like or what it will be put towards. The fact that you've adopted the first stage of your strategy shows well, in my view, on the progressive nature of your plan, and it sends a message that the city of Barrie is ready for social infrastructure investments. I'll keep an eye on this for you, but again, affordable housing programs in the past in Canada is another shared responsibility of governments, with the province first allocating the spaces to an area before the federal share kicks in. Based on what we worked on together, the need for affordable housing is significant, and I will again ask members of council to appeal to our MPP to assist in this area as the wait lists and wait times for thousands in Simcoe County families continue to grow in the face of this crisis. In conclusion, as I've said, I'll reach across the aisle to make sure the priorities of Barrie Innisfil are well known to the new government and open as many doors as I can, but I'll need you to walk through them with me. I've already spoken with Minister of Infrastructure and Communities, Amarjeet Sohi, and I expect to meet with him and or his officials in the near future after Parliament resumes later this month. To accomplish these goals, we will need to work together and find new ways to achieve success. I will advocate tirelessly for these common goals, and those goals will always start and end with what's best for the people of Barrie Innisfil. Working together, Mayor Lehman, as we've spoke about privately, and I say this now publicly, will mean frequent updates like this one to council, and it will also mean the need to send local delegations to Ottawa prior to any rollout of infrastructure programs. I hope that members of council will be a major part of those delegations, and I will keep you informed as these opportunities arise. Meeting face-to-face with government officials who will make these important decisions will be vital to ensure that they understand our area's needs and know our priorities. In short, many voices speaking in unison will be hard for the government to ignore, and I want to thank you again for allowing me to speak to you tonight, and please know that my door is always open. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MP Broussard. Questions for John? I have just a couple, and I suppose they're comments as much as questions, MP Broussard, because as you note, we are early on. The advice to the Trudeau government that I've given, and it's the same advice that we as the Ontario's big city mayors have given to the Wynne government and the Trudeau government formally, is that if the goal of infrastructure spending is to stimulate the economy, then there need be no delay, and there's no need to overbuild a program. The concerns about picking and choosing projects can be overcome by just developing a simple formula based on population or some version thereof that is fair to all Canadians, and saying to the municipalities, we want projects that stimulate the economy, prove that these road projects or these interchanges or these transit projects or these broadband projects prove that they stimulate the economy, but here's your envelope, and we're not going to allocate money riding by riding or anything like that, and we're also not going to put municipalities through a 2-year multi-step application and review process. There's been a tremendous amount of work that, as you know, is done by city staff on the condition of all our assets. And if the goal of the government is to stimulate the economy, we've certainly seen some troubling economic signs in the last few months, then that's the advice we're giving government, and I'm pleased to hear it will come from you. And as critic, I would encourage you to continue to reflect those views, and I know you will. The other thing I should mention, as chair of the Big City Mayors Caucus, we meet annually in Ottawa at one point during the year. So there are 4 or 5 caucus meetings a year, and we typically hold one in Ottawa to allow for meetings with cabinet ministers on the Hill and to talk with both the government and opposition about the needs of Canada's cities. So that is planned. As chair, we're responsible for planning it, and that is planned for late April. So we'll look forward to working with your office, as no doubt with the government offices and so forth, to set up an agenda for that day while Ontario's big city mayors are in Ottawa to try and press those issues. But I did want to congratulate you as well on your critic role. That's certainly something that you should be very, very proud of, and Barrie can be proud of. We have a Minister of Infrastructure who is himself a municipal politician from Edmonton, and we have a critic who's a municipal politician from Barrie. So I expect a lot of good knowledge and an understanding of how difficult the job is to translate into both of your federal roles. But I certainly wish you luck. And if there are no other comments or questions, MP Broussard, I'll thank you very much for coming, and we, of course, look forward to future updates.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And I can't stress enough how important it is that we do work together, and making sure that I'm aware of the types of projects, for example, that are within that envelope. Obviously, as a former Barrie City Council, I'm watching the budget process carefully. I'm looking at some of your capital plans. And if it meets, and the government's already said, and in initial discussions that I've had with Minister Sohi, if it meets the national strategy of creating jobs, growing the economy, and creating a sustainable economy, then those projects obviously are going to be given a priority. So I'm very pleased to hear the minister talk about that. And the interest in the comments about being a city councillor, one of the things that I have heard in Ottawa, some of the best parliamentarians are former city councillors because they understand the ground game. They know exactly what's going on within municipalities, and they also know how to deal with councils and constituents as well. So I will be there. My door, as I said in the conclusion of my comments, will always be open because I value the relationships that we've built over these years, and I'll continue to work hard on your behalf. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Thank you, members of council.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the awards and recognition portion of this evening and brings us to deputations on the committee reports. We have 3 deputation requests this evening, and then 1 emergency deputation request that was received today. But we will proceed with the 3 that were received ahead of time first. And the very first of those is by Rocco Fuda regarding motion 16G014 concerning the sale of 625 Welham Road, City Industrial Land. Mr. Fuda, if I could call on you to approach the podium here to deliver your deputation. Welcome to Barrie City Council, and in accordance with our procedural bylaw, I need to remind you that a maximum of 10 minutes is permitted for the deputation. Welcome, sir.
And City Council, City members, I realize you give me 10 minutes. I don't know if I could do this in 10 minutes. I'll read as fast as I can. But in all fairness to this project, it needs much more than 10 minutes. My name is Rocco Fuda. I'm not here before you to create a conflict. There are 2 companies that are interested in this property. We have been actually 2 years ago working on this. We don't want to see any losers. We're trying to work together with both parties and the city in itself. I'm asking for time. 90 days is what I would like to do. There's road studies that need to be done where I'm at on Mapleview. I'm asking for myself, but I'm asking for the citizens of Barrie, because there's going to be a lot of traffic of trucks and trailers and cars going up and down the hill. This is the actual sketch of the drawing. We wanted to do a rendering in full color. We did not have time. We had only about less than, 6 days. This was done before that, mind you. We're looking at creating a lot of work down here. We're looking at doing at least a couple hundred jobs and eventually 500. That whole glass foyer in the front will be with exotic plants, and it'll be a great break for seniors and what have you during the winter to come and lounge and what have you. Right now at the Italian Bakery, we have 11,000 square feet. and we're looking at 100,000 going forward, another 100,000 in the background. We have worked with the city for over 2 years, with Henny being at the helm at that time. He loved the project, he embraced the project, and I always felt secure in the sense that this project was going through. What has happened here is that it took me 2 years to get the front part of the property. I told the city at that time that I need the front because the back is of no value to me without the front. Therefore, I go forth in faith, believing that the city will be backing me up, and I spent $800,000 in the front, and we closed it in September, and then we went forward to buy the back. So we put an offer in the back. This property in the back was held since 1988. Nobody showed any interest, nobody cared about it until the Italian bakery went there and said we're putting an offer. After we put an offer in October for $600,000, there was another offer for $630,000. We're asking the city to recognize what the whole gamut of the scope of work here. This is the front part. This is where that glass part of the drawing was. This is where we need to put it. If I could have this is on the side, so we can't put a road there, even if we tried. Could you show this is how the steep hill is. We need to increase that substantially, and then could you show the other, because that's where your lights are. That's where the hill is. Could you imagine having 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 cars coming up and down that hill every day? Because I will be bringing that kind of volume. I've done it in the past, and I'll do it in the present. All you members here have to be responsible for any accidents that could happen in the future unless we rectify and resolve this problem today. This is why it's very, very important. I believe the citizens of Barrie, if they know the scope of work that we have and we want to do, the citizens of Barrie would overwhelmingly vote for this project. Could you go to the next one, please? This is a side on Wellham, 625, I believe. Wellham, it's an incorrect mistake there. That would give us the ability to go from Wellham and to move in the back so that we could have parking space and so that we don't create problems. I'm not here to try, again, to create any conflict. I'm not even reading from my notes, you know. I'm really passionate about this. We have people like Dave Dawson, I don't know if you know him. He's done international drawings and stuff. He'll blow you away if I'm allowed to please present it to the city. I would like to talk to Mr. Loftus too, if we could do that with the city, because we're not here to fight. There's a lot of other lands available that he could go to. I don't have another piece of property that I could go to. And I'll give you, for instance, 10 years ago, I went to the city to get a property on Mapleview and Veterans. I asked them then. They told me that I had to build within a year. 10 years later, people, it's still empty. I was denied that. It was sold to someone from Toronto. The individual's making tons of money, but I was totally denied. You people have delayed this dream for a long time. You shouldn't delay it anymore. I'm very upset and I'm very unhappy the way I've been treated. Let me continue here. The Italian bakery was, we bought it in 2004. Rita is my wife, and she's a hard worker, and she's a very individual that loves to donate to charity. So much so that sometimes I think too much. To the point that she works endless hours. I'll tell you some of the people that she donates to. She donates to the Salvation Army, to the Work Experience Program, the United Way Musical Festival, Barrie Soccer Association, and so many other people, on a personal level, that go there. She undersells the product just to raise money for people that are in need. We're looking at an international bakery here. We're not just looking at an Italian bakery, we're looking at a Canadian bakery, we're looking at a German, we're looking at, Greek or whatever, all under one roof. This is going to be a very, very large distribution. We're looking at producing cheeses. We're looking at producing meat products. This is a whole concept. I've been in a business for 60 years. This is a sum of everything I've learned. I've been an exporter of seafood. We used to service the U.S. military around the world in seafood. So I have a lot of experience in this. My children are, behind me. One of my sons, I have two sons actually in construction. One of them participated in the renovation of this very room that you're sitting in. Therefore, we're not just a bakery. I have a daughter in New York. I've convinced her to come home. She's a partner in a law firm in Manhattan because I said, listen, I'm at a certain age. This program is much bigger than it's going to outlive me. So my children have expressed very, very strong concern. We have been approached by the city of Orillia, by the city of Midland, saying, hey, we welcome you. And at the same time, I don't understand why my own people here are rejecting me. Mr. Khan, you have no idea how many people in your ward literally want us in your place. And I'm very, very upset how it was handled last week. Stephanie, you were on part of the team with Hanny. You knew that we were dealing this, for years. And, last week I was told you didn't know nothing about it. So people, let's get our heads together here. All the truth is not being brought forth the way it should be. So I'm very, very upset with this. This doesn't go through. At the end of the day, I don't need the project, but I'm using the project because I believe Barrie needs it. And this is where you all have to look at your own conscience, make your decisions, whatever they may be tonight. But let me tell you something clearly, all right? Whatever it is, you're going to have a wave of calls in your office like you won't believe by rejecting this project. And I'm going to just say thanks to a number of people that came here, my friends, my family, my children, my pastor, my staff. I thank them all for their support. I even have a letter here from Lou Kelly that was involved at that time. He sent me an email and he was in total shock. He says, Rocco, you must have been in more shock than even myself. He said, we worked so hard on this project and I can't believe that it just, for $30,000 difference between one project and another, we're thrown out. If I could have a slide to show the wages. Here's the Italian bakery. Instead of 6, you need 630, here's 630. We're looking at 100,000, we're looking at 200,000. We're looking at the building size of 52 innovation. And listen, I have no problem with innovation. I don't know who they are. And I love the fact that we are having companies grow. That is great. But developing charges $1,148,000, developing charge on the other side $604, realty $65.35, jobs 200 to 500, jobs 11 to 35. We even put approximately what they're earning. Our jobs are less, but even if they're less, they're still over $5 million worth of wages on one side and 770 at 70. If that's 100,000, so it's $1 million. 500 jobs, and we're going to be doing more than 500 jobs in the future. We're looking at $13 million versus $22.4 million. If you remember, Tim Hortons started with one little coffee shop. It sold for $12.5 million, all right? If you got a good foundation, you could grow. Magna International is a $20 billion company. It grew in Canada. So stop killing strong shoots that are raising up just because you people can't see the vision. So please understand, let's sit down and let's go over this. Do not make any hasty decisions. Just so you understand, when I went to Welland, immediately they offered me $500,000 more for the building. I said no. Shoppers Drug Market wanted to come over there and stand alone. I said no. Somebody from Toronto wanted to take over the bakery and give us $300,000 just for the rent. We said no. We said we're closed Sunday, so we're not just doing it for money. We're doing it because there's a passion, and we're doing it because we know that Barrie needs that. We have one of the finest bakeries in Ontario. And, I'll challenge anybody in that. And we're looking at putting a class international bakery over here that I will challenge anybody, whether it's in the States or Europe or whatever. And we're not looking at 2,000 jobs. We're going to be looking at beyond, because we're looking at franchise in the future so that, oh my God. Wow.
While you're taking a sip, Mr. Food, I've already let you go over time a bit, so I am going to ask you to wrap it up.
Thank you very much. But I'm really passionate, and I really want to see Mr. Loftus get a place. There's 2.7 acres just across the street from there. I talked to two friends of mine. One is Mose and one is Sebastian. They both have properties. He could locate somewhere else where I can't. I need the traffic flow to grow. This is where it's really, really important. I want you people to understand that. Now, you know, and I'll go out of my way to get another location for Mr. Loftus, but he can't go out of his way to get a location for me. And this is where it really boils down. Now, sure, he could be shovel ready, whatever the case may be, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about, you know, doing things in time and sequence so things are done properly. They're not done in a rush. They're not done in time capsules. You know, we worked very, very hard, and I'm telling you, on a slow day, we have 500 people coming into that bakery. We have 1,000, 1,500 people. On the highway, I exceeded that exponentially. One day, I had 10,000 people on the highway coming in. So there's no problem in us having. Thank you very much. I know I've gone beyond my. I don't know if there's any other questions or anything.
All right. Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Fuda, for your deputation. Members of council, do you have any questions for the deputant? Councillor Ward. Mr. Fuda, if you wouldn't mind just coming back, there's an opportunity for questions. Councillor Ward has a question for you.
Yeah. Actually, I have two questions, Mr. Fuda. The first one is, I mean, one of the things that puts us, you know, that makes it awkward, puts us in an awkward position is you already bought the property beside it without having purchased this one. So I'm going to ask you, why did you purchase the property on Mapleview without knowing if you could purchase the one behind you?
That's the whole thing. I knew that I was purchasing that property. That's why I don't understand that as soon as I put the offer in, then all of a sudden goes public and somebody else is interested for this property. It boggles my mind. We could be 30,000 apart. It boggles my mind that after 28 years, somebody's interested in that property. I always had the faith that the city of Barrie would treat me properly in that respect.
And the second question was, so staff had to make a choice on who they're going to recommend for the property, and they made it not based on what you've shown us tonight. They based it on a 10,000-foot building. So why didn't you show them these plans?
Let me tell you,
we're going to build it within a year. You sort of had 10,000 feet, and you may build within 2 years.
Stephanie will validate that I gave her those drawings before I even knew that this person is putting 50,000 square feet, and she could verify that, okay? The reason why I did that was basically I was told to put something smaller so it's acceptable, because I'm a person that dreams big, and big sometimes becomes a little too big for people to accept, you know, and this is the problem. So I tried to take advice that I will accommodate for this to flow faster. But Stephanie will verify that I gave her those drawings before I even knew the 50,000 square feet would go there. So again, it's one of these things here that sometimes becomes a little complicated. And this is why I insist that we should all sit down and resolve this in an intelligent way. It could be done if you choose to.
Thank you.
Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Excellent presentation, Mr. Fuda. I'd like to clarify that I don't believe that tonight's decision is going to be based on your vision or based on your dream, and I mean, we all need dreamers and visionaries to grow Barrie. I think it comes down to the facts, right? How were you treated and the processes? So what I'd like you to do is maybe walk me through the process quickly, if you can, from when you first started looking at the project until now.
Sure. This is what the process was. I went through a number of properties. I'm looking for a property. You have to understand that in the business we're in, location is part of the most integral part of your business. Now, that's why I wanted veterans in Mapleview. Didn't happen. So I went to the city. They showed me the back portion. And I said, Tahani, great. They actually showed me another one across the street, 2.5 acres. I said, that won't do, but this will do. And I said, in order to get this one here, I have to buy the front one, because if I don't buy the front one, I don't need the back one. I have 11 acres right beside the cinema. And I even offered, and I told Stephanie that I'm more than willing to talk to Mr. Loftus, even on accommodating. I talked to my partners. They said, Rocco will do whatever you want. Well, I have another 23 acres on Tiffin, but these are not, this is not where I need to be located. So therefore, I made it very clear that I'm going to go forward in buying this. It was at that time that Luke Kelly had a sign. The gentleman that owned the house, he wouldn't budge off his figure. It took a long time. I finally conceded to paying him $800,000. So understand this, $800,000 for 5 acres. There's a house there that's worth at least $500,000. If you take that away from the house, I'm paying $300,000 for 5 acres versus $600,000 for 4 acres. So, beside the cinema, I didn't pay that much either. So I'm giving the city a premium for that land because of the necessity. Then, after closing in September, all right, we go to the city and said, we finally have it. They said, okay, now we go through the process. We got to put a sign, we got to do this, we got to do that. That's fine. I said, hey, I don't have a problem with that. That's the procedure you got to do. Go ahead and do it. So you go through that procedure, and all of a sudden I might have, something that I went forward. I put my money where my mouth was, and I did that to the city. I feel the city should, in turn, acknowledge all the effort that has been put in. And this is why I would say to the city, listen, I respect the fact that Mr. Loftus was $30,000 more, but let's not just, you still have the option. You don't have to sell it to the highest bidder. I don't believe that. You could accommodate both parties in an intelligent way, and that's what I'm asking, and I'm not seeming to get that, and I'm very frustrated. I've had a very frustrated week because I've been at this, I've been looking at it at every possible angle. At the end of the day, I said, I'm going to give it my all tonight, okay? After that, I'm going to have peace. The rest of the stuff's on your conscience, not mine. Tomorrow morning, I hope the city of Barrie just wakes you all guys up. Any other questions?
Yeah, I actually do have some.
Actually, we do. Councillor McCann.
Yes. So just to clarify, it's not about your vision, it's about the process. And we've had a conversation before this meeting, and you felt that you were treated not fairly.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm just going to recap the information I have, and I'd like to ask city staff some questions, just so everybody here has a very clear picture on what's going on, okay?
Absolutely.
So you put an offer in September 2013 at a value that was below fair market value, which I have no problem with that. Getting the best deal possible is just business, right? May 2014, you put another offer in. Then in September 2015, you put the same offer in, which was still below fair market value. Then in October, Mr. Loftus at Triangle Holdings was wanting to purchase the property. So then city staff told you that, hey, listen, there's another serious offer. They told Mr. Loftus, hey, there's another serious offer, which was you. And then in the end of November, you both submitted your best pitches, right? Your best offer. The city staff asked you to give you your best offer, final and best offer, right?
No, we did it before November, I believe.
Okay.
600,000.
But
yeah.
And then.
And let me just correct you in a certain area.
Yeah, please do.
Not because.
No, please do. Please do.
What you consider fair market value, to me, I could prove to you that I bought below those numbers that you're talking. So from my perspective, I'm paying a premium, not fair market value. And I could show properties that I've done that.
All due respect, Mr. Wood, I don't think that point means anything.
You brought a point. I'm just answering that.
Yeah, no, for sure, and I respect that. So what I'd like to do is turn it over to, would it be Zvi or Stephanie? Who would be the best for me to answer these questions?
Through your worship to Councillor McCann, it depends on the question.
Well, thank you. I guess that'd be helpful, wouldn't it? So could you say your side of the story on the evolution from September 2013 and then to the last maybe month? Because it comes down to, was this fair? Did Mr. Fuda at the Italian bakery get a fair deal, right?
So, Councillor McCann, I'm going to ask staff to quickly just provide a summary of the process, since you've provided that as your long introduction to a question. Mm-hmm. This is just supposed to be questions to a deputant. So in the interest of clarity, I'm going to ask staff just to restrict your comments right now to is Councillor McCann's description of the process and Mr. Fuda's statements around the process accurate? Anything else you want to say around the process? Then we need to get back to whatever other questions there are of the deputant. We will get to debating this matter a little bit later, and there's certainly the opportunity at that time to ask more questions of staff. So go ahead, Zvi or Stephanie.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann. In principle, any offers that are provided are required to come in at fair market value, or require that in order to be able to recommend that to council. General process with an offer is for them to also provide information around the type of development, employment, time frame, things of that nature. Both proponents did submit offers, and were both notified that there was more than one interested party and more than one offer. We provided back, based on previous appraisal and recent land transactions of the area, a range of fair market value, and asked both to submit their best offer and to confirm their proposed development of the site. And then from there, we were able to put together our recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCann.
Thank you.
Councillor Khan.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. Appreciate Councillor Ward's and McCann's questions. They cover some of mine. Mr. Fuda, first and foremost, thank you for your presentation. Passionate, definitely. Appreciate the level of enthusiasm that you have for your business and your project. I don't think there's anybody in Barrie who doesn't love your business. A couple of questions, though, that I do have for you. From my perspective, you mentioned that you put in a couple of offers a few years ago, et cetera. They didn't transpire because they
No, let me explain what
stalemated.
happened, okay? You're not following the conversation. We put those on hold because, and we're all understanding what we're doing. Peter understood at that time. Henny, got his, nod, whatever you want to call it. And we said we have to fulfill the front part. After that was consummated, then because they told me that they have to go through this process of putting a sign. So it's no use buying a piece of property in the back until I secure the front property. The front property was secured in 2015 in September, I think the end of September, whatever that date was.
Sure.
As soon as we had that, we immediately came to council. We didn't wait any. And then you went through that process, okay? And honestly, I did not understand half of the stuff that I was going through. If I knew how to do, I'm not a professional presenter. I even tried to get somebody for tonight, not enough time. So I'm just speaking from the heart here, and that's it. I've got nothing prepared here for you.
I'm glad you're speaking from the heart, Mr. Fuda, and that's fantastic. A quick question for you, though, sir. You mentioned a number of parcels that you own.
Yes.
So you've been through the process, obviously. And
no, not from the city. It's private.
No, private.
Yeah,
private. You've
private
been through the
is
process.
Easy. It's a cinch.
And you didn't represent yourself. You've had realtors represent you or lawyers represent you, I presume.
No, actually, private was, one was a realtor, and one was private.
I was just curious, when you had discussion with the city with regard to the parcel fronting on Mapleview, was there a conditional offer that said we will buy this as long as we finish the other transaction? Was it?
That was a given. Really, that was a given. No, that's I understand that. But because you weren't part of that whole conversation, I would love to bring Hanny on the stage, okay? And that was basically a given. Why do I want to go and spend $800,000 on a piece of property and I got an acre and a half of, environmental? I did it because I need the frontage. It's that simple from a business point of view. So I have 11 acres that cost me way less than 9 acres. 9 acres are going to cost me over $1.4 million. Why would I do that?
Okay,
Only because it's, from a business point of view, you have to understand, from a business point of view, you have to have certain ingredients. I know that this will fly and be very successful with both properties being in hand. Without it, we could put a small bakery, whatever the case may be. We could have traffic jams, whatever the case may be, but it won't grow to its full potential. That is what you're denying. You're denying that to Barrie. Listen, in less than a year and a half, I'm going to be 7 years old. It won't matter that much. It'll matter more for Barrie than it will matter to me.
So I just have another question for you, Mr. Fuda, because I can't debate real estate law right now. The fact is the fact. You mentioned that you can't go anywhere else in your presentation. That there were a couple of other sites that were looked at. Obviously, as was mentioned by Ms. Schlichter earlier, there was a process. Please submit your best offer, your best intent, regardless of the past, regardless of what you put in the past.
I don't keep
Here's what it comes down to. There are competing bids. Please present your best, because we're going to be deciding now on this and only this. We're not taking into consideration the past. We're going to put together the best proposal for council based on the ingredients of your current proposal. So that's what was reviewed. It strikes me from the report that we read, though, that the winning bid also did consider location, as you did, because of the factors in their business, that they have suppliers and logistics and time constraints that they have to meet as well.
And I'm told that they're saving 4 minutes from that location to another location. That's what I was told.
I don't, you know what?
No, I'm told
UPS saves
that
seconds
by,
and they make
by
billions.
that side of the fence.
Okay,
This is
I'll
what
just,
I
I'll
do.
just ask you both. Councillor Khan, if you could get to your question, and then we'll get an answer from Mr. Fuda. Thank you.
I was curious of the 5,000 cars per day. What is your take on that? One more time, because the
For me
fact of
to
the
bring
matter is that
5,000 cars a day, all I have to do is put dinner buns 10 cents each.
Right.
And 20 dinner buns will be the price of a
my
coffee.
curiosity, sir, is
And
that the right
I've done this
location?
in the past. I'm a master merchandiser.
Right, that's
So
not
I can
my
bring
question.
any number of cars that I want simply by putting a large neon sign, just like you people have for the city, and just put that there, and you're going to see all the mothers in Barrie coming up there to get their bread. It's that simple.
Gotcha.
5,000 might be low.
Okay. I'm not going to get my questions answered. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Khan. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Mr. Fuda, I don't think there's a single person in this room that questions your sincerity towards this project. You're looking around the room.
Yeah, I couldn't see it. I heard the voice. I couldn't see the lips.
No worries. I don't think there's a single person in this room that questions your sincerity towards this project. And you've said it. You're not doing this for yourself. You're doing this for Barrie. And I believe that we do believe in that. However, for myself, when you're presenting up there, and it's really tough. I've been to Italian Bakery. I will continue, if you continue to allow me to go. But I continue going there, and there's for a reason. But when I had to listen to your presentation, I had to separate the emotion away from the facts. So when you're talking about the charity initiatives, when you're talking about your story of coming here in Barrie decades ago and making a success story, I felt it in the heart, but I needed to separate it. I couldn't hear it. I needed to look at the statements. And the reason is this is a very complex process. And I need to look objectively, because the residents that elected me, I don't think they elected me to play resolution to a process that our staff handled, because that is their expertise. When one party, and you have the right to feel wronged, when one party feels wrong and then comes to us outside these timelines and requests for us to use our political power to circumvent the process. So I do have a question. Mayor Lehman. I was feeling it. My question to you, I will ask a question. My question to you is very simple. What you are asking of council, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is to use our political power now to circumvent a process that you felt was not fair, and to allow you to present additional information which should have been as part of the process in order to arrive at a solution that you feel is more fair. What do you feel is the best case scenario where we have to go to our residents and say that we use that political power in order to do that? Is that what you're asking of us, or do you see an alternate scenario? You've talked about possibly talking to Mr.
Be
Loftus.
honest with me. That's it. When I hear Stephanie that she knew nothing about the offers in the past, and I know she was part of the Hanny team, it's plain not honest. Okay, so you're asking me
sir,
certain things that you don't want to.
I'm just going to ask you. It's quite an allegation to make.
Yes.
And I'm going to give Ms. Schlichter an opportunity to reply.
Yes,
but if you care to
absolutely.
answer Councillor Morales' question, that'd be great.
Now, I'm not asking you to not represent your ward, okay? I'm coming here, and I made it very clear from the start that I really don't want a conflict, okay? That I would like to sit down with all parties concerned to resolve this properly, to see if we could get another parcel of property for Mr. Loftus that will not be out of his comfort zone. And I believe we could do that if we really try, okay? Then you have all parties, all right, satisfied. What's wrong with two people winning? What's wrong with the city winning? Why do we have to be in this situation that we could maybe have lawsuits from two sides? I don't want you to have lawsuits, and I don't want to put a lawsuit. But there's a certain time, at some point in time, you know, you're forced to do certain things because you're putting us with our backs to the wall. So I'm not here to, you know, challenge your authority or anything else. I'm just trying to say, hey, there's something gone wrong here. You know, I feel misled to be led down this path. If I would have known, I would have put a conditional offer. I didn't know that.
Okay, and I'm just going to respond to the comments you made that were part of my question, and then I believe we're going to Stephanie. I have to trust in the system that staff have implemented through this process. And if there is a perfect solution for the private parties and staff to figure it out later, as you said, a win-win scenario for everybody, that would be great. You did allude to possible, and one point that you touched on was the legality. We don't want lawsuits on anyone.
No.
And right now, I have to, for myself, I have to make a decision and say, for my residents, am I willing and am I wanting to use my political power to circumvent the existing process based on the information I have? And frankly, to myself, I just don't think that's in my job description.
I'm not asking you to circumvent. I'm asking you to delay a situation for a later point in time so that we could all sit down, all right, and discuss this further. I'm not asking you to make a decision tonight. I'm asking you to please, let's put the brakes here and let's just aerate our heads for a few days, for you a few weeks, whatever. I would like the opportunity of sitting down with Mr. Loftus also, okay, to see how we could work an agreeable solution, see if the property where I'm at, on the other side, where the cinema is, if that works, if there's another piece of property that works, by all means. I don't want him to be, jeopardized his program. Nobody's saying that. All I'm saying is that I went in goodwill, in good faith, and now I'm out of a situation for $30,000. It's insane to me. And it's insane even to the city of Barrie, and the people of Barrie. It's not just.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. You were directing a response from Stephanie.
Yeah, have you completed your questions, Councilor Morales?
Go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Schlichter, unfortunately, there was a statement made there that sort of impugns your honesty, and I'd like to give you the opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I can confirm, yes, I've been a member of Mr. Corliss's team. However, I have not held the industrial land sale portfolio and was not privy or party to any discussions between Mr. Fuda and Mr. Corliss and or Mr. Dyke until I joined as acting director in the fall, which is about the time that the offers came in.
Thank you for that.
If that's the case,
sorry, Mr. Fuda, I'm going to go to Councilor Ainsworth now. Councilor Ainsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Fuda, for your presentation. I would like to know, have you tried to contact Mr. Loftus in this last week?
No, I haven't.
Because I feel that my back's to the wall now, because if I had a memo here, even knowing if he was interested in doing this, I may reconsider. But I would say to you, do you expect this council to consider past offers on a property tonight? For me, comes down to the last deal. And either you get it or you don't. I mean, if you're going to buy a house and you put in an offer and the other person put in an offer, would you expect the realtor or somebody to come back to you and say, oh, listen, you didn't get it. Would you like to change your offer? And, we'll sell the house to you. And if you meet the price, I mean, you can't do that.
I think you're not hitting the point. I have been having a relationship with the city of Barrie for 2 years, okay?
Yeah, but all your offers were lowballs. They didn't go through.
I guess I'm not speaking English then. I'm not going to even bother. Is that it?
I just feel that my hands are tied. As much as I like you and love your bakery,
listen,
I don't feel like I can help you.
That's fine. That's your opinion.
Without
that's
going
your
to
choice.
court by Mr. Loftus.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions of the deputant? I had a couple. Go ahead, Councilor Romina.
Thank you, Mr. Fuda, for your presentation. Obviously, we all feel your passion, and it's unfortunate that there has to be a loser. I'm just wondering if there was any way and I know I'm probably overstepping here, but I was wondering, is there any way that we can make them both happy? Is there any situation that we could say, okay, let's try and accommodate the both of them? And that may be a question to staff. Is there any chance of that happening? Because I'd hate to see, we have two great businesses here. They're both very vibrant. One's going to be in industrial, we need that. And one's a great bakery that I think is really wanted and needed in the South End. I'd love to see both winners. Now, is there yeah, exactly, who wouldn't? So is there any way that we can make this happen?
Mr. Lifshitz, would you like to talk about the discussions that you've had, I believe, towards that goal?
Through your worship to Councillor Ramita, we have expressed to Mr. Fuda a number of times that we're very supportive of his development, and we would certainly love to see a project like that go forward in Barrie. In addition to that, we've discussed how we might be able to assist, find additional land, or some other method. I'm not in a position to say that that is a certainty, but Ms. Schlichter and I were at Mr. Fuda's property last Friday, or Thursday rather, walking around in the snow, looking at it, trying to understand what are the requirements, what are the obstacles, why could this not go anywhere else, because our understanding is that it could not go anywhere else. Having said that, we are more than happy within Invest Barrie to work with Mr. Fuda to try our hardest to make the project happen, because we would love to see a project like that move forward.
Thanks, Councillor Ramita. Councillor Silvera.
Really quick question, Melima, to Mr. Fuda. Mr. Fuda, if we pass this tonight, and what impedes you to talk to Mr. Lopez? I mean, if we agree to sell the land, but you still have in your hands the right to go and talk to him about his property. I mean, I don't know why we have to do this. We have to postpone that we can have some kind of deal with him.
I believe once you pass it, the gentleman's not interested in selling the property or parting with the property. As a business person, I wouldn't be.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thanks, Councillor Silvera. Mr. Fuda, I'll also thank you for your deputation and, of course, your passion for wanting to build the project. Just a couple of questions about the information that you presented. What would be in the 100,000 square feet? What would the use of that space be? You showed several different pictures in the drawing.
We have 3 or 4 floors. One of the floors would be 1 or 2 would be wholesale manufacturing, bakery. That's about 50,000 square feet that we'd be looking at. Another 25,000 square feet we would be looking at possibly office space, anything that's in the industrial zoning area, we'd be looking at that. So that we have an income, and yet we have a balance. This is what we've done at 200 Wellington. We had a balance of rent, and we had a balance of our own operation. The balance of rent always helps us during the slow times. Therefore, we're not in a crunch position of trying to make our financial commitments that we've undertaken. There's too many businesses falling today because they go into these high rental situation. January, February, and March are brutal. They kill a lot of businesses. Unless you have a proper business-minded experience, you'll do things believing that certain projections will happen. When they don't happen, your cash flow kills you and you're broke. The reason why we are still there is for that reason. There has been numerous Italian bakeries that have tried to make it in Barrie. We're the only Italian bakery that has really made it in Barrie. I came up here in '67 and I saw them come and go because they can't make it through the winter.
So you mentioned wholesale and manufacturing, and then an office space. And earlier in your deputation, you were talking about the importance of this particular location, obviously, which is part of why you're so passionate about it. And there would be so much traffic going in and out of this development.
Yes, you have a bakery and you have products that you're selling in the bakery, just like we're having at the Italian bakery. People are coming in for those products.
So I take it there would be a large...
You're having a big, you're having a big hot table area, restaurant area, eating area. You're having thousands of people just coming in for that, let alone the baked goods.
Okay, so there'd be a retail component to this as well?
No, no retail. All under the industrial zoning.
Oh, I know. There's accessory retails permitted in some
when you say
industrial
retail,
zones.
it sounds as if I'm opening a retail outlet. This is, a bakery is under the industrial zone.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But if you have thousands of people coming in,
clarify that because
are they buying the goods from the bakery?
They're coming in, just come at the town bakery. You see what they're doing, the pastries, they're a hot table, you have pizza, you have, what do you have? You're producing lasagna, you're selling your own lasagna. We're manufacturing products. We're not buying President's Choice lasagna and putting it on our shelf. We're manufacturing meatballs, lasagna, and everything else. We're looking at doing 500 items in the future that we do manufacture on location and sell it directly to the consumer. They're high quality of product at a very, very good price.
The wholesale?
The wholesale and people coming in.
Okay. And just for clarity, your last slide, we do have a copy, of your slides, just so you know. That was distributed to all members of council, so we do have that. You listed in the table the two offers, your list in this offer, but what you listed under yours, was that your offer from, I think you said it was October, when you were told this is it, there's two offers, they're competing, give us your best offer. Is this table consistent with what you offered at that time?
630, that's correct.
No, I mean all the other details, the building size, the employment, all of that.
No, I put that at a later point in time.
Okay.
You ask me a straight question, I will give you a straight answer.
Well, I'm referring to the whole chart. Is this chart the same?
That chart there is really what I was showing that I should have put, and I did. Okay, that is my mistake. All right, knowing what I know now, I would have done that. But that there was given to Stephanie before, again, I saw the other parcel of being 50,000 square feet. So I didn't do that at the last minute. That was done prior to that.
Okay, thank you for your deputation. If there are no other questions of Mr. Fuda, nope. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry if I'm a little loud. Okay.
All right. We do have several other deputation requests tonight. The second and third deputation requests are regarding motion 16G011 concerning parking operations at the marina. We received two deputation requests ahead of time. The first was by Dave Burgess, the second Jean-Marc McCabe. So I will call those two first. Mr. Burgess, you are first. Come on down to the podium.
We're going to switch it up. Mr. McCabe is going to go first, if you don't mind.
Sure. Mr. McCabe.
Thank you.
Welcome to Barrie City Council. I need to advise you that in accordance with our procedural bylaw, you have 10 minutes for the deputation.
Thank you very much. My name is Jean-Marc McCabe. I am the Commodore of the KBYC, or Kempfenfeld Bay Yacht Club. Our bridge met over the weekend, and we passed a resolution allowing me to address this council today on behalf of our members. More about our club. In 2014, our members own 74 boats. All are tenants in the Barrie Marina. All are renting seasonal slips. Our fees paid by our sailing members were approximately $95,000 plus HST in 2014. Our club's been in existence since the early 80s, and we look forward to continuing our very proud tradition of cooperation with city staff as well as with this council. A bit more about us. All of our members are residents of Barrie. We are all taxpayers of the city. Virtually all of our members are over 40. I dare say most of us are way, way, way over 40. Our club plans and organizes and executes one very major function twice a year, and that is the lift in and lift out of the boats. We take care of that. It is the volunteers from our club that take care of it. The city is not involved in the hiring of the cranes, the contracting with the cranes. We do it on a volunteer basis, and we do it on a strict cost recovery basis to our members that use our service of lift in and lift out. If in if this were any other marina, any other service, generally this would be a service that the marina would be required to provide for its members. It's unusual for the members to take care of such an elaborate endeavor. Many of us meet on Tuesday evenings through the summer and several Saturdays throughout the summer to race, all of it in the south end, or is it the north end? I'm terrible with, anyway, nearest the city, whichever that is, within the bay, and we race. Mostly it is the sailboats that do this once, sometimes twice a week. And a few times a year, we host other clubs from around Lake Simcoe to race in more elaborate regattas throughout the bay and sometimes out and into Lake Simcoe. We also hold a number of social events in and around the marina, such as the Sail Pass, Christmas in July. Some of you may have seen our boats sailing around at night, decked out in Christmas lights. We hold a corn roast, etc. And here too, I'm proud of a very long tradition of being very well-behaved, good citizens as we celebrate the summer in and around the waterfront. What do we bring to the city? At the risk of being immodest, I think that having an active boating community with a home base right in the middle of the city adds a certain look and feel to a very vibrant waterfront. I ask any of you to picture how often you have seen pictures of tourists, etc., around the waterfront with boats, sailboats, etc., as the backdrop. I think it looks kind of spiffy. Now, some peculiarities of marina patrons versus other municipal facilities. Here I'm talking about people who may use arenas, who may use cultural centers, libraries, etc. Peculiarities that we face as marina patrons. We prepay for the whole season early in January, February, 100%, and we are 100% at the mercy of the weather. We get a lousy season, too bad, our money's spent no matter what. That's just the way it is. Despite any parking arrangements that may be made, we are very cognizant of the fact that there are certain occasions where we simply will not be able to access our boats. That's just the reality of having our boats in a downtown, very vibrant waterfront area. Another peculiarity is we need to carry some very heavy, very bulky loads from our cars to our boats and back again. Proximity of parking is more than just a convenience for the marina patrons. I'll ask any of you to picture lugging a goalie bag a couple of kilometers down the street, down a crowded sidewalk, through a bike path to get to and from an arena if that was the facility that you were using. Our facility's main attribute, that is its central location, is also, when it comes to parking, its worst liability. I expect it is rather unique to have patrons of a facility having to compete with the general public, residents generally, as well as with the tourists, all competing for very limited parking space. Also, a peculiarity to our condition is a change in the weather can often turn a 2-hour tour into a much longer outing. A sailor could head out for expecting to spend 2 hours, go out to the end of the bay and back again. If the wind shifts a bit, it could be several hours before they could come back. So pay and display is just not a viable option for many boaters. Our concerns, Council, is we pay very substantial fees. This activity is becoming prohibitively expensive just because of rising costs generally, and this is becoming increasingly so. We do note a general downturn in the participation in boating generally. Now, despite the reputation and panache of terms such as yachts, the vast majority of our boats are worth far less than $10,000. Many, I venture to guess, are worth substantially less than the annual slip fees that we pay. Many of our members are retirees. Again, I say all of our members are residents and taxpayers of the city. The total costs of operating a boat, I submit, are at or near the tipping point of keeping a boat. It is becoming less and less worth it, especially for many of our members where life's other leisure interests compete with available time. Also, we submit that we feel the city should be happy, should be proud that its residents can enjoy their outdoor leisure activity within the city's core. This continued practice should be encouraged. I understand it is the marina is financially self-supporting. Now, without going into an elaborate presentation as to comparison fees and apples and oranges, I ask the council to bear in mind certain peculiarities that make a direct comparison between this marina and others around Lake Simcoe unfair and improper. The most obvious is, as I spoke of before, we take care of the lift in, lift out. This is a very huge administrative project that the marina would have to take care of if we weren't, if the club was not part of it. Also, in our marina, it is submitted that we are a low service. We have very minimal facilities compared to other commercial facilities that require a proper comparison. Another peculiarity of the Barrie Marina is the users of the marina, we have no real privacy. Now, it is at other facilities, it's highly unlikely that they would have thousands of tourists walking by, snapping pictures as we'd be lying around on our boats relaxing. I don't know about you, but I feel somewhat uncomfortable in my swim trunks early in the season, having all these tourists going by. However, maybe I should work on my ego. Now, that said, it's not my intention, Council, to depict our members as complainers or as people who always want more and expect to pay less. While we're generally pleased with our arrangements and with our circumstances, we take exception with the perception that we are getting some sort of an unduly sweet deal. There's a troubling tone, and I underline it as just the tone of certain statements attributed to this council that tend to point to an attitude that if we boaters don't like it, we could simply go elsewhere. This is, as I understand it, a municipal facility. It is intended to be operated for the benefit of its residents. We are residents, we are taxpayers. Further, I presume the council would not hope to price its residents out of their own facility and into some other commercial facility elsewhere around Lake Simcoe. I also take exception to calling it free parking, where parking, the ability to park one's vehicle, is a necessary prerequisite to being able to use a facility that we are dearly paying for. We ask only for reasonable access to a facility that we are paying to use. Our proposed solution: as taxpayers, we're alert to the reality that users of a facility should pay a reasonable fee to use these. What we do ask, however, is that we be treated with equity and with fairness. This includes where a substantial fee is charged to use a facility, we should have reasonable access to that facility, and in fairness, it should be included within the fee of using that facility. Further, we recognize that the lakeshore, parking around the lakeshore, marina usage, downtown development, etc., all right at this juncture in 2015, 2016 are obviously at a crossroads and all are in a state of flux. Personally, I am a public servant at the federal level, and I'm mindful that certain budgets and finances are likely based on the concept of cost and revenue centers, etc. I'm aware of the concept of silos, that a gain in one area cannot necessarily be offset by a loss in another. I'm mindful of this in my presentation. What I do ask, however, is that council bear in mind that there is only one city, there's only one taxpayer, and there's only one marina patron. Firstly, we ask that the concept that the city expects revenue from, the concept that the city should realistically expect revenue from all of its parking spaces, including those nearest the marina. Secondly, we do ask that the council be mindful that we marina patrons are users of a municipal facility, and we expect to be dealt with fairly and equitably as compared to other facility patrons elsewhere. With these two concepts in mind, we ask the council to consider that there's only, I'll ask you to stretch it, follow me here for a moment. There's only real parking revenue loss once a parking lot is at full capacity. To illustrate, if a particular lot has, let's say, 100 spots, if 50 are used by paying people, that is, they either pay and display, they pay a monthly pass, or if they pay without having either, they're paying parking tickets. If 50 of them are paying in this manner, and 20 are being allowed to be used by other people for a specific reason, here I submit marina patrons, that under such a scenario, there is no real loss to the marina. To continue this example, we accept that there would be an actual true loss of revenue if, I've lost my own space here, just give me a sec. If these 20 spots were still used without an additional fee and the other 80 were filled. We submit that this latter scenario will very rarely occur. I doubt that this lot will be filled very often, as most of our patrons use the facility on weekends, and I submit that the people who are working, shopping downtown will likely not have any troubles finding available spots in these lots during the week. That said, as I noted a few moments ago, there are some days or evenings, such as Kempenfest and some of the other amazing festivals that we have throughout the waterfront, where our waterfront is blessed with being a hub of such activity. On these events, parking spaces anywhere near the lakefront would be filled regardless of any charges. What we ask is, as an experiment, give one special parking pass. This is just for the 2016 year. One special parking pass, a pass that allows, per rental slip, that allows access to the lots immediately surrounding the marina without any additional charges. City staff throughout the year can monitor the level of occupancy in these lots through the season. If after this experimental year there's an observable instances where the lots are at full capacity, we concede that this would indicate that this arrangement is in and of itself costing the city money. If there's no such instances, potential losses would there be academic.
Mr. McCabe, I've let you run well over time. I do have to ask you to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And then my last words on this. In the next season, in light of the new facts, the experience of the first year of such an experiment, how the first year of the newly redesigned lakeshore, how all of that is going, a decision can be made as to the appropriate costs to the marina, tenants, and a fair and reasonable mix of slip rentals as well as parking fees. I thank this council for their attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the deputation and for your thoughts, Mr. McCabe. Members of council, questions for Mr. McCabe. Councillor Ainsworth.
Thank you, and thank you for your deputation. Just quickly, who are you representing? Just sailors with sailboats, or?
We're the Kemptville Bay Yacht Club. We are not exclusively for sailors. We represent power boaters as well. Our members at this juncture tend to be mostly sailboats. Yes. So,
how many members did you say you have?
In 2014, I counted 47 boats. 74 boats, I stand corrected.
Oh,
I don't have the 2015 numbers.
74?
Yes.
And so would you happen to know how many slips there are, or shall I ask staff?
I beg your pardon?
How many slips there are in the marina? I think
320.
Oh,
320
thank you,
sounds
Mary.
right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsworth. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay. In which case, I'll thank you very much, Mr. McCabe, for presenting on behalf of your members and for coming to us with some ideas. We appreciate that deputation. Next up is Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, welcome to City Council, and in accordance with our procedural bylaw, I have to remind you that you have a maximum of 10 minutes
Thank you very
for your
much.
presentation.
My name is Dave Burgess. I'm a business owner. I'm a resident. I'm also a voter. And I'm representing, I would hope, most of the power boaters here tonight. Mr. Mayor, council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here tonight to voice my opinion and my objection to the parking fee you wish to levy against the boaters for the parking space that may or may not exist. We understand that the municipal parking financial outlook is not where you want it to be, as it is in a deficit. The 2012 long-range financial plan stated that a full cost recovery model is to be used where a user pays for services received. Also, and build the reserve balance in order to minimize the amount of debt required to fund future parking infrastructure needs. This plan was not developed strictly for the waterfront and more specifically not just for the marina. It was developed for all of the parking in Barrie, including, not limited to the community centers. It was mandated by council in 1976 that A, the marina becomes self-sustaining with all expansion and operational expenses recovered fully from revenues received from boating users. B, that a marina reserve be established that is funded solely from the excess marina revenues for the future exclusive use in the provision of marina facilities in the city of Barrie. A review of internal records in 2012 indicated that the marina did in fact operate in accordance with the aforementioned motion from 1976 to 2011 through marina user rates and still does to this day and has met all capital replacement commitments. Under zoning bylaw 4, general provisions and general standards tables 4.6, marinas are required to have one parking space for each slip. 4.6.2.1 of the same bylaw states parking spaces shall be provided and maintained in accordance with the following requirements and shall be provided on the same lot as the building or use for which they are required. Therefore, parking for the marina would fall under an operational expense. The marina is in a surplus situation and has a reserve fund close to $400,000. If the city wishes to recover the operating costs due to the marina, due to marina parking, the fund should come out of the reserve, not from marina patrons. We're asking for one thing tonight, and that is to get proper access to our boats without being charged for parking space that may or may not be there. There's nothing else that we're upset with. You've made a point of making a statement that we're upset with everything. 1 year, which is the last year of 2015, parking was atrocious. You can imagine, we lost 500 parking spots. We did not have the ability to get through to our boats. We were upset, but hey, that's construction. I've been there, I know what it's all about. We're asking that we pay a fee, as Mr. McCabe says, and within that fee, parking spot should be available. Every other entity on the marina, in the May, all the marinas, their parking is included in their fee. We're not asking for anything other than that. We're not asking you to build us luxury washrooms, although it would be nice, or showers, but we don't. You know, the marina is there. It is, as Mr. McCabe has said, it's a great spot for the town. But don't kick us to the curb. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Burgess, for your deputation questions. Members of council. Councillor Shipley.
You were pretty good with those other statements till I got to a question, so give me a little bit of leeway here, Your Worship, please. I will get to a question.
I allow reasonably long introductions.
Thank you.
But it must lead to a question.
It will. Mr. Burgess, thank you for the deputation tonight. I'm not sure, I think there's been a huge, not huge, that's the wrong word, some miscommunication between the two groups. Because when this came before, I will say, our committee, the IIDC, it was not to try and, pardon me, raise fees for parking revenues. It was never discussed to offset the reserves for parking. That was never our concern whatsoever. It was not even brought up. What was brought up was that there was a concern over parking availability, which you've expressed. Staff brought forward a plan to change that lot into a hybrid lot. And what that means is that no longer would just everybody in the city of Barrie be able to go down there and park for free and take your spots. Our goal and our hope was to actually open that lot by twofold. One was we know a lot of people from downtown were parking in that lot and using that because it was the closest free parking. So they were using that, and the count was 30 to 40 cars a day. So the goal of our committee was actually have those 30 and 40 cars not parked there any longer because it wouldn't be free to them anymore. So they would actually go downtown. So it would free up immediately 30 or 40. And then, because it's going to be a charge lot and not free to all residents, it would be the last one to fill up at the waterfront on weekends. That was our goal. Our goal was never to try and raise money for this. It was actually to try and help the boaters. So then what came out of it was, I will get to a question, Your Worship, I promise, but you're being very good with me, thank you. Then what really came down to was, okay, we were going to have this hybrid lot. Normally, that would be $65 to buy a monthly pass. Everybody on the committee at that point in time thought that was too much money, and I agree that was too much money. So we decided, through the vote that day, Your Worship, to do a heavily discounted pass and make it $100 as a, I don't want to use the word token because $100 is a lot of money, so I won't use that word token, but as at least as an offer to show that you're getting a heavily discounted deal to park there. So I don't know where the issue came up that we were trying to do this to raise money. It was never to raise money. Who started that or where did that get going? And is it just the fact, I mean, we could remove the $100 and every other citizen in Barrie, if they want to park there, will have to pay either $65 a month, every other resident, or they'll have to pay, I think, sorry, Mr. Ferrari, we talked about this once before, is that $1 an hour lot?
That's, if it's a hybrid lot, yes, it's
$1 an hour. So it's not going to be the $3 like the rest of the waterfront lots. You know, the $100, and if you're saying you just include it, would it be more palatable to include that $100 in your deed than put it separate? Because right now, let me finish, sir. Right now, it's optional. You don't have to pay it. You don't have to pay that.
Yeah, you're correct. You don't have to pay it. So what you're saying then is, well, here, you're using a facility which you're paying for, okay, and you want them to walk from a lot which is at Centennial Beach. Now...
Well, no, actually, we did talk about that in the meeting, too. There is one, not the Centennial Beach parking lot, but the one closer to it. There is a closer
the south end lot, which will only have 16 parking spots. The rest are going to be trailers. Now, as you mentioned, there's 326 slips, correct? And so you're now going to want 326 people, potentially, rushing to get 16 spots. So what will happen is that one person or 16 people will park there the whole weekend. They're going to bike home, they're going to walk, they're going to take the bus. You're right. The misconception and how this got blown into proportion is anybody's guess at the moment. I understand what you are trying to do. I really do. And I think a lot of the boaters also understand that. I think the question here really comes down to the fee. The $100 really is not a lot of money, honestly. It's the, what's the word I want? It is the, I've lost the word that I want. The idea of what you're trying to do is you want to charge an additional $100, okay, for something that we've always had. We've never had a full parking lot for the marina. I think I understood. The last question you asked me was, would it be palatable if the $100 was included in our fees? Yes. I believe that the parking is an operational cost, which is an operational cost whether it's for a plaza, a mall, your community centers. It's an operational cost. You're correct. It is not free. It costs money. So if it's going to cost the money, then take it out of the operational budget of the marina, which is what we pay.
Well, and I understand that, sir. And again, our whole point of making it optional, and we discussed this in great detail.
Right.
We haven't done our budget yet. Our chair of finance is here, and maybe perhaps we can look at that. And I'm sure next week we put there was an amendment to make that $100 on everybody. We did it to try and be fair because some people don't use their boats all that often. Some people would actually be cheaper to still do with the $1 an hour. So we did it to actually try and be fair. But if you want, and if you're here saying add it to every single boat slip, we can probably do that through the budget system next week and adjust that and include it.
What I'm talking about is including it in the rate that you have already raised it by 4.9%. It's part of the operational budget. It is a parking lot. It's parking. If you rent a store, do they turn around and say to you, well, I'm going to charge you extra money for all the parking space out there because I've got to clean it? No, it's included in your rent.
I don't know that answer. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. I don't know that answer.
It is.
Okay, well, that's fine. Thank you. I've asked my questions and I've listened. So
I'm sorry.
I said I've asked my questions and I've
Thank you very
listened.
much.
I'm interested to.
I hope I've answered all your questions.
Yes, you have.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shipley. Other questions for Mr. Burgess? No, we will be debating the matter later, so you can ask other questions at that point about the staff report or of staff. If there are none, thank you very much, Mr. Burgess. Appreciate you coming and clarifying your concerns.
Thank you. One extra thing, I'd like to thank you for the returning of the email that we sent you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have an emergency deputation request. It's not like a fire emergency. Emergency is what we call when it comes in after the deadline. Anyway, we have a deputation request that was received after the deadline. Before we proceed with that deputation, therefore, Council will need to consider whether it would permit the emergency deputation request. The request is by Mr. Jack Darch regarding motion 16G011, parking operations at the Marina. Majority of City Council is required to permit the deputation, so I'll call the question. All those in favour of hearing the deputation? Is anyone opposed? None, as we usually are. Mr. Darch, come on down to the podium if you're here. Mr. Darch? Yeah, come on down. So welcome to Council, sir, and in accordance with our procedural bylaw, I have to remind you that a maximum of 10 minutes is permitted for the deputation.
Okay,
The floor is yours.
thank you for the time to listen. I'm also a member of the Marina. I've been there a little over 20 years. And I'm, mostly speaking, I'm a power boater. But I'd like to also say, first thing I'd like to clarify, I was here at the last meeting. Under no circumstances is the Barrie Marina low service, low cost. It's very comparable cost and low service, which is fine considering its location and everything. The next thing I'd like to point out would be the only marina charging for parking spots. Every marina includes some place to park your car. And as some of the gentlemen pointed out earlier, carrying a lot of stuff to your boat, especially if you go away for 2 or 3 days, water, groceries, coolers, other beverages, I mean, it adds up and it's a lot of weight. And personally, I had a heart attack last summer. I can't walk more than 50 feet, so I'm certainly not going to be carrying much stuff. And there's no carts available at our marina or anything like that to carry your supplies down to your boat. If the city is convinced that there's no more free parking, which was pointed out at the last meeting, saying that the free parking is gone, and they want to raise their parking revenues, first thing is, it's got the best deal in the world because I see all kinds of guys launch boats, 28, 29-foot boats, and park their 30-foot trailers and their 20-foot trucks, which is 50 feet of parking they're taking up, which is equivalent to 3 medium-sized cars, and they're not paying a dime. And they're not even collecting the money at the launch ramps, because I personally have a bunch of friends that have launched their boat numerous times and never paid. And there's supposed to be a fee for that. So if they want to boost revenue, there's certainly opportunity by charging those people. Second thing is, if the city's bent on the $100 charge for the marina people, I'd recommend Monday to Friday, it is a hybrid lot as the plan states, but Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, A to KDOC have it reserved for boaters only. I know there's not enough slips, but never do all the boaters show up on one weekend. But it would certainly make our life a little bit easier, and you're collecting your $100. Yes, there will be some empty slips on the front row, but that's just the price to pay. If the city people are not going to not come to the city, they'll find somewhere else to park that have driven up here already. So I wouldn't be worried about turning away tourists. But for the boaters in general, is it really safe to park on the other side of the street? like we had years ago or the last few years, walking across the street with your groceries and a 2-year-old granddaughter and stuff. No, and we're the people that are putting $500,000 in the city budget with the marina, and the marina is a profit center and could be actually generate higher profits. I mean, there's certainly the potential there. So based on that, I'd like the consideration that if they do go ahead with the $100, that we do have a reserved spot from A to K dock at least that is reserved for marinas, boaters only with passes, 1 pass per car, and on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday holidays, that's the rule. You have to have a pass to park along those slots. The rest of the time, it can be a hybrid lot for anybody, because during the weekdays, it's generally not filled up. And again, I'd like to thank for the time to get up and speak. I know it's been dragged out, so I won't say much more about it. Is there any questions? Or?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Arch. Thanks for your deputation. Questions for the deputant? Okay, seeing none, well, thank you very much for coming tonight, giving us your views, sir. Okay, members of council, that completes the deputation requests. Of course, we have yet to get to the committee reports or the budget presentations, which will come a little later. Is it your pleasure to proceed to the committee reports and debate at this time? It is 8:45. Do we want to give people a 5-minute bio break or a 10-minute bio break now, or do you want to proceed into the reports? Keep going or stop? Keep going. You got it. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the committee reports. Councillor Ward, I believe you have the committee reports. Go ahead with the general committee report from January 4th.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that Section A of the General Committee Report dated January 4th, 2016, now circulated, be received.
And just for those in the audience, both the marina parking matter and the land matter are in this section of the agenda, so we'll be dealing with both very shortly. It is moved by Councillor Ward, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that Section A of the General Committee Report dated January 4th, 2016, now circulated, be received. This is the report of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee dated December 14th, and the report of the Infrastructure Investment and Development Services Committee dated December 17th. It's to be received. Comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor? Are any opposed? None. That carries. Section B, please, Councillor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that Section B of the General Committee Report dated January 4th, 2016, now circulated, be adopted.
It's moved by Councillor Ward, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that Section B of the General Committee Report dated January 4th, 2016, now circulated, be adopted. The items are the investigation of a service dog off-leash area, procedure for the online community suggestion forum, sponsorship strategy, Public Art Committee's bike rack competition, connecting link funding, Bayfield Street resurfacing, municipal naming policy in the zoning bylaw 2009-141, encroachment of support columns in structured parking spaces. Those are the items to be adopted. Comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor? Any opposed to Section B? None. That carries. Section C, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that Section C of the General Committee Report dated January 4th, 2016, now circulated, be received.
It's moved by Councillor Ward, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that Section C of the General Committee Report dated January 4th, 2016, now circulated, be received. This is the public meeting, the report from the public meeting for the amendment to the zoning bylaw, Innovative Planning Solutions on behalf of the Hedburn Development Corporation, 298 and 302 Edge Hill Drive. It's just to receive the report on the meeting. Comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor? Are any opposed? None. That carries. Section D.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that Section D of the General Committee Report dated January 4th, 2016, now circulated, be adopted.
All right, it's moved by Councillor Ward, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that Section D of the General Committee Report dated January 4th, 2016, now circulated, be adopted. This is with regards to the parking operations at the marina, the school crossing guards item, Central Ontario Music Council, and the sale of 625 Welham Road. So members of council, I imagine some of you may have comments on at least one of these matters. In order, First is the parking operations. So I would encourage you at this point, if you have comments or amendments or matters related to these items, indicate if you do have an amendment, but if you wish to make a comment, perhaps we'll start with the marina parking matter. Are there those who wish to comment on that aspect of Section D of the General Committee report? Yeah, do you have a motion, Councillor Morales? Oh, you do. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Khan, that motion 16-G-011 of Section D of the General Committee report dated January 4th, 2016, concerning the parking operations for marina parking areas for 2016 be separated from Section D and reintroduced as Section G.
Okay, excellent. It's moved by Councillor Morales, seconded by Councillor Khan, that motion 16G011 of Section D of the General Committee report dated January 4th, 2016 concerning the marina parking operations, marina parking areas for 2016 be separated from Section D and reintroduced as Section C. Comments or questions on the separation motion? For those watching who are probably wondering about this wonky bit of procedure, it's not wonky, it is what we do. When there are multiple items together in one piece of the report and a member of council wants to potentially amend or speak to an item individually, they have to separate it out. So that's what this is all about. Those in favor of separating the marina parking item, please indicate. Are any opposed? None. That motion carries.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Khan, that Section G of the General Committee report dated January 4th, 2016.
Okay, so, sorry, if that's the motion to introduce Section G? Okay, so we'll just hold off on that because we have to deal with the remaining matters that are under Section D. So, Councillor Morales, I will come back to you for the marina parking item. The remaining matters that are in Section D are what are on the floor, members of council. That is the school crossing guards, the Central Ontario Music Council, and the sale of 625 Welham Road. I have a quick comment on the school crossing guards. I guess I'll ask, sorry, before we do that, are there any other items to separate? No. No, okay. Then I'm going to make a quick comment on the school crossing guards matter. I'll ask if anyone else has any comments on that, and then we can move on to the industrial land matter, which I think there may be some comments on. Just wanted to clarify something from last week, and that was my reasons for voting against the motion at the time. I think there may have been some misconception, and that may have been I didn't fully explain my concerns. My concern is not that seeking a financial partner is a bad idea. It's a great idea. It would be wonderful if we get a financial partner to share the costs for crossing guards. I'm skeptical that we will be able to find one, and I'm eager to see the service introduced. So my reason for voting against the item last week was that I want to get on with it. It was not that I think it's a bad idea. So I wanted to clarify that. I think the public should understand as well. I think Councillor McCann's idea is a good one. I just would prefer to get on directly with the service. So that was my reason. I thought I should make that comment. Are there any other comments on either the school crossing guard matter or the music council? No? Okay, then on the industrial land, so I imagine there may be a few. Councillor Khan?
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. I certainly do have comment on the industrial land sale, and I think obviously we witnessed both last week as well as this evening, two very strong and vibrant businesses in the city of Barrie looking to expand. You made excellent comment last week, Mayor Lehman, suggesting that contrary to what could have been the belief across the city of Barrie, we actually are thrilled to have a scenario, and it's an unenviable position actually, Mayor Lehman, that we do have competing bids on a parcel of land. And both from very strong, reputable, vibrant businesses in the city of Barrie, and I think that is remarkable. I certainly want to commend staff, and especially when matters get passionate and emotional. I want to commend certainly Ms. Schlichter as well as other members of staff and council for maintaining her disposition and responding the way that she did. The fact of the matter is, members of council, regardless of passion, which I hope every applicant, proponent, and business owner in the city of Barrie brings to their business, Otherwise, good luck with your business. But regardless of that passion and meandering vision of what the future could hold on a potential, and regardless of whether 1 or 10 offers that were either stale dated or never acknowledged, entered into, or executed, and regardless of opinion that something might have been a given, real estate law in Canada is the one contract in Canada. It is the only contract in Canada that may not include suppositions, givens, or anything other than a contract that is in writing. And that is what we are faced with. That is what staff was presented. It was made without any argument clear to both parties that there were 2 proponents and that they should submit their best and final offer. And that is what we are being asked to consider, regardless of what could be a 3rd potential offer that came in after the fact, or anybody who wanted to change their mind and sweeten the offer after it was considered final. So we were tasked with reviewing the comparison of bids received as put forth by the proponents, not by anybody else. Those bids were put forth by the proponents. We cannot, and it is not up to us, to debate or consider a whole myriad of potential what-ifs and ideas after the fact. So regardless of my emotions or my willingness or wanting to see both parties win, sometimes one person gets the silver and one gets the gold. And you can't say after the final game in the hockey game or whatever, or the 9th inning, well, if there was a 10th inning, we might have beat you. You can't do that. The question that remains is if we were, as a council, and we haven't voted yet, so I recognize we haven't voted yet, but if we reconsider or open the door for reconsideration after the fact, what does that do to the party that won the bid, depending on which way we vote? Do they get to come back after the fact and ask for another 90 days to reconsider? The fact of the matter is that staff was presented with, asked for a series of questions to be addressed, asked for the offer to be presented in a certain fashion, and both parties were asked to submit their best bid. It is not our responsibility to check whether they had good advice or good guidance, good legal advice from their own representatives, from their own realtor, from their own lawyer. That's not our job. That's not what we're being asked to consider. We're being asked to consider the presentation that was made in a very concise, easy to read, straightforward manner with what that future looked like, what that contract or what those 2 offers, what the recommended offer looked like. Closing within 72 days, constructed within 1 year, X number of square feet, X number of jobs, X number of salary, X type of industry, as opposed to what was in the offer in the other presentation, closing within a year, maybe constructed within 2, and a different presentation. That's what we're being asked to consider. That is what I hope we will take into consideration. I respect and appreciate colleagues' request of staff to do whatever is possible to assist the proponent that may or may not, that may not win, to find a way to keep their business in Barrie and grow their business in Barrie. I hope that we can champion that. There may be some other, some innovative or creative solutions that can come up. I would love to hear them. I would love to come back and say that we found a solution that works for all parties. But the fact of the matter is, members of council, we have to look at the facts, look at what we've been presented, and make the best decision based on what was presented to us. And yeah, you're right, absolutely. The proponent suggested it's on our conscience. We have to do what's right for our community, and that is exactly what I intend to do. And I know we'll all do exactly the same thing. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide comment.
Thanks, Councillor Connor. Are there others who wish to make comment? Councillor Ward.
Not a comment, just a question, because something that Mr. Fuda mentioned, which I noticed wasn't in the report after he mentioned it. At one time when we sold industrial property, we always had a provision that they had to start construction within a year. We dropped that. We no longer have it as a provision in the sales.
Through your worship to Councillor Ward, I believe that provision is still there, but I will ask Ms. Lichter to confirm.
Sure, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Ward. We do still try and maintain that provision. It is a standard part of our agreement, along with our 90% buyback.
If it's not in the motion, I shouldn't be concerned. It's still part of the sale. If it's not in the motion, I shouldn't be concerned. It's still part of the sale.
Typically,
It's not in the motion before us. That's all.
Yeah. It's typically part of our standard agreement. We have looked at variances under various circumstances and we would present that variance to council as part of the offer.
Thanks, Councillor Ward. Are there other comments? Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. The question maybe goes out to Svi. We did talk earlier, and I think it's a point that I'd like the public to know. What is the difference when somebody wants to buy land from the city versus someone who wants to buy land privately? What are some of the differences in the buying process?
Mr. Lifshitz.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor McCann. The point that I was making earlier is that even though in private transactions, this is discouraged, but trying to get a higher price by going between the two proponents. So taking one offer to another offer and saying, or to the other proponent saying, okay, this is the amount that I have, now taking that back and trying to get it elevated, that cannot happen at a city level for a number of reasons, but the most obvious is because we have to write a staff report. That staff reports can only be made public and given to the proponents a few days before council. If there was a process by which there was an opportunity to present a higher offer price, it would have to be after a staff report is issued, and then a new staff report would have to be written in. It would be a very, very cumbersome and unmanageable process, in my opinion.
And maybe one more question on this, if you don't mind. And was this translated to Mr. Fuda? The process, how cities sell land?
Through your worship, yes, not this particular example, but the request for a final and best offer, that would be the basis of our recommendation to council, which council would then consider.
And so when you said that this is your best offer, and I know I'm beating the dead horse here, I just want to make this very clear for everybody, especially for myself, is that Mr. Fuda and everybody, Triangle Holdings, they both knew that this was the end of the line. This was the last offer that they were going to give. This was their best offer. There's no way that they could construe that any differently.
Through your worship, I can't speak for the proponents, but I know that the request was for a final and best offer on the basis on which a staff report would be going to council.
Okay, one last question, if you don't mind, Mayor. Mr. Fuda and his vision to bring this mega international bakery to the south end of Barrie, has anybody from city staff looked at this plan and thought and realized this is feasible or not to have that in this area?
Through your worship, there has been some analysis on whether various parts of this development, in particular the future phase, the larger manufacturing, would be feasible on that particular piece of land, but there is no current detailed plan beyond really what was presented to us. It's a drawing and some discussions, but beyond that, there is no plan.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Councillor Ainsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's just sitting here, there's just one thing that Mr. Fuda said that I am wondering about. He mentioned that his offer was downsized. It wasn't to what he really aspires to do. Was he given any consultation or information from staff to actually do that? I should have asked him at the time why he did it or who told him to do that. I just want to make sure it wasn't a staff recommendation.
Through your worship to Councillor Ainsworth, I cannot imagine staff would ever do that. I will ask Ms. Schlichter to confirm, but to my knowledge, that has never happened.
Mayor Lehman, through you to Councillor Ainsworth. We went back asking the proponents on a series of items required, including size of development, time frame, employment, proposed employment. It wouldn't be practice to ask for anything conservative. We would ask for their intended proposal.
Thank you, and thank you, Your Worship.
Any other comments, questions, members of council? I just wanted to make a quick comment, I guess, on this one. These are really difficult circumstances for a number of reasons. Our own process makes this type of issue a bit strange, to be frank, because what happened here is two people bid on a piece of land, or two great companies. Staff were in the position, they had to recommend one of the offers. They did so, they gave us their recommendation. And now, because one of the individuals disagrees with the recommendation, predictably, the one that isn't being recommended for the land, they get the opportunity to come and make a deputation and say why they disagree with that. This is kind of a strange anachronism of council procedure, which is that you're only allowed to make deputations in opposition to something that council is doing. So if you ever wonder why you never hear anything positive said by a member of the public at council, that's why. That's actually our procedure. It's particularly awkward in this case, though, because it puts council in the position of, as I believe was referred to, perhaps by Mr. Lifshitz, that there's a whole process here, process that is designed and executed very carefully to be fair to both parties. And then it comes to council, and council's put in the position of being asked to overturn that, make a political decision to overturn that staff recommendation. And I think just a couple of things that I wanted to say as a consequence. First of all, because only one side is able to make a deputation, I wanted to just remind all those watching or perhaps on this issue, Innovative Automation is an advanced manufacturer here in Barrie. They're one of our leading lights. They're a robotics company. They're growing. They're a value-added manufacturer. And that's not I'm not saying that to make a judgment call between the businesses. That's not the point, but only because they didn't get to speak their part tonight. So I thought it should be stated that the staff recommendation for Innovative Automation is to support the growth of an existing advanced manufacturer who are in a value-added business, who are providing great jobs, high-wage jobs, all those things that we always hear about in Barrie. Why aren't there more industrial jobs in Barrie? Why aren't there higher-paying jobs? Why aren't there more value-added industries in Barrie? This is one. So that's the company that is being recommended. And to another point earlier, and the point I was making about the difficult position that we're put in, I love Rocco and Rita. They're incredibly warm people who've given a huge amount to this city. They have. And they built a business here, and like many success stories, they built it from the bottom up. And it pains me to be in a position where I have to say no to them. It absolutely pains me to be in that position. The reality of this job, though, is sometimes you have to make the cold, hard decisions based on fact and fair process. It is the only way to be fair. It is the only way to run a railroad. And I would note that this municipality, the City of Barrie, has had some issues with recent real estate transactions. And we have to, therefore, and it reinforces the need for us to maintain the integrity of these processes. The reality is, both proponents were treated fairly, in my opinion. They were given the opportunity to make their final and best offer. They were told that each other was out there. And although this becomes extra painful for somebody who owns the land next door and had high hopes, the process is the process. It gave both an opportunity to give their best offer, and then staff recommend that to council. And it is very, very difficult, but we cannot be in a position to offer a mulligan. It just can't work that way. We have to maintain the integrity of the process. So I am going to support the sale to Innovative Automation, as much as that is painful on a personal level. I know it is the right decision for the city, both from a process point of view, and frankly, I believe it is supporting a company that will continue to do great things for this city as well. And they didn't get their chance to speak tonight, but I wanted to say that as well. So those are my comments, members of council. If there are no other comments, I will call the question on the section. Those in favor of the motion? Opposed? One. That carries. Okay, section E, please, Councillor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that section E of the General Committee report dated January 4th, 2015, now circulated, be received.
Sorry, the clerk is reminding me that we separated section G. So we actually need to vote on section D as amended to include the separation. So I need a second vote to ratify D as amended. Okay, those in favor of section D as amended. Are any opposed? One. Okay, that carries. Okay, we're on to section E. It's moved by Councillor Ward, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that section E of the General Committee report dated January 4th, 2016, now circulated, be received. This was the discussion of a personal information matter appointment to the Barrie Public Library Board. To be received. Those in favor? Are any opposed? None. That carries. Section F, please, Councillor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that section F of the General Committee report dated January 4th, 2016, now circulated, be adopted.
It's moved by Councillor Shipley. Sorry, it's moved by Councillor Ward, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that section F of the General Committee report dated January 4th, 2016, now circulated, be adopted. This is the appointment to the Barrie Public Library Board. Comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor? Or any opposed? None. Carries. Okay, Councillor Morales, you have section G, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Khan, that section G of the General Committee report dated January 4th, 2016 be adopted.
It's moved by Councillor Morales, seconded by Councillor Khan, that section G of the General Committee report dated January 4th, 2016 be adopted. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. We had former here, Councillor Broussard, here talk to us, and one of the things that he did very well, and it's something that I should have done at the last meeting, was to call for a separate report when issues of this matter that are significant enough to stand on their own. I do believe that they need to have a separate report. So that's for the technicality. Wanted to separate it on there. My comments to the specific one, as I reiterated at General Committee, I will be voting against it. And I don't want there to be any confusion that I'm voting against it, because I don't want the $100 fee to go forward. I'm voting against it because I actually think the fee should be higher. We had a great lesson here on fair market value. Fair market value is assessing, giving a value to the land or property and assessing it fairly. That lot is currently not part legally of the marina. Therefore, it has to be treated as a separate entity. If council ever one day decided to make it legally part of the same property, or if we ever went down the line and got out of the marina business as it has been stated before, then that's a different story. Personally, right now, we need to see this as the fair market value. So I wanted to separate that. I will be voting against it. I do believe that as Ms. Schlicker, so that's sometimes why I say first names, not out of disrespect, just I don't want to mispronounce last names. You had said earlier with real estate transactions, which are different, but it is practice for things to be assessed at fair market value. That's correct. So I believe that we should continue to do this, even for these part of the operations, both as smart governance and as our duty to our residents.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. We are on the marina parking item. Comments? Councillor Khan.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. I did have a number of discussions with residents. Clearly, not all of them are going to be thrilled with any one of us, myself included, but I did promise a gentleman that I would ask a question of Mr. McConnell, if that's okay, Mayor Lehman. And you've been advised that I would be asking you the question. So the question came from Mr. Calway, just regarding, there was a meeting and a sort of a separate subcommittee set up to give an opportunity for members of the marina or residents to sort of provide input and feedback. And along the way, I guess a number of recommendations were made. And at the report that came back, I don't know, you'll forgive me, Councillor Shipley, if this was at the IIDC meeting, but the report that came back with the recommendation, they were looking for where these proposals were, not necessarily looking for staff to recommend any one in particular or for the committee to vote on any one of those in particular, but looking for acknowledgement that their submissions and their proposals were received and considered. Could you please speak to that?
Through your worship to Councillor Khan. Yes, the process has been going on for some time. Back in 2014, there was some discussions, and we had discussions with staff from parking, and one of the recommendations was that we go to our voters and look for solutions, to come forward with solutions proposed by the voters. So in August of 2015, we had an open meeting to all of the voters that were available to come to the meeting to discuss the parking, and there was a lot of great discussion there. A number of issues came up, and there were a number of proposals put forward. With discussions between myself and our parking staff, we did discuss some of those proposals. Some of them were deemed to be unworkable, and others were financially unfeasible. So they were basically not put forward, and what we put forward was a hybrid of ideas, a number of ideas that we put together and proposed to the parking staff, and then that went forward to committee.
Thank you for the answer. I appreciate it. Just by way of comment, Mary Lehman, a couple of things. One, Councillor Prowse mentioned last week that we might be well advised to take another look at the marina strategy in general, and whether that's a business model that the city should be in. And then, Mary Lehman, you made comment, if I recall correctly, that with the impending opening of Friday Harbor not so far around the corner, the idea of a low-cost, low-service, or maybe a not-so-low-cost, low-service, depending on who you're talking to, marina strategy may be worth reconsideration. Fact of the matter is, Mary Lehman, I think we're still in the unenviable position once again where we're not done with the construction. We're still sort of on maybe in the last half for the construction. Staff has still been sent back multiple times to come back with a more palatable proposal as a marina strategy, in which obviously parking may or may not be a factor, or should probably be considered as a factor. I am of the opinion that the marina brings a lot of tangible and intangible value to the city. I think we obviously we pride ourselves on the beautiful bay, and obviously there's a lot of passion in the room here as well for that. It may not be for everyone. But certainly we do see a lot of tourism because of the bay and the marina itself. I think the point that was raised with regard to whether it's a city facility and the facility includes parking. I mean, clearly we do have recreation centers that include parking, but we also have the South Shore Center that does not necessarily include parking. If you have a wedding at the South Shore Center, and you do not have, you're paying for parking. Your guests are not included in that fee for service. And I think that was a point that was made. And I think if I understood the implication or the suggestion from the deputant, was that parking is always included at every facility for every function. And I just wanted to raise the fact that it's not quite the case. The other fact that I wanted to raise is that while parking is not free, and it's not, I mean, it doesn't matter whether the taxpayer is paying for it or you're paying for it as a user fee and a cost recovery model, everybody is treated fairly and equitably in the city of Barrie, especially when it comes to parking around the lake. Every resident has a pass, whether you're with a boat with a trailer or whether you're just driving your vehicle. The concern that I heard that I actually appreciate is that the marina users are used to getting their parking included, and in other marinas, parking may be allocated for that specific purpose. We're not in that position right now. Perhaps, I'm not suggesting it will be, we're going to maybe have that conversation, but perhaps that's something that our engineers and planners and designers may consider bringing forward as an option for us to consider. Can we include a lot that does not put every other citizen at a disadvantage or that does not necessarily give a special provision for marina users, or an unfair advantage for marina users, which I don't think that they were asking for. I think that they're asking for an opportunity for something that is reasonable elsewhere. So I am going to support the recommendation that's come from the committee right now, but I do hope that our staff will consider and continue to consider the will and the desire of the members of the marina. And I think that there could be an opportunity if we were to, when we relook at this marina strategy, I personally think we could be looking at enhancing it as a great feature that will attract both local residents and tourists, and hopefully we'll be able to win the battle on parking there as well.
Thanks, Councillor Khan. Any others? It's the end of my list. Councillor Ainsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just because it's in my head, I heard the comment about lugging things to the boat and et cetera, and I'm wondering, would it be any help at all if the city bought 3 or 4 golf carts and made them available to the people that are looking for parking spots? One person could be dropped off and bring the cart over to the car, everybody go, and then everybody go sailing wherever they go when they get in the water.
I believe there was a comment from the gallery that there's 320 and that's a lot of golf carts. But I guess...
Oh, no, they'd have to share, Your Worship. I'm sorry. There might be a lineup.
I would think so. Thanks for that, Councillor Ainsworth. Other comments? I guess just a few. I had the opportunity over the last several weeks to go through dozens of emails on this issue. And I'd share, one of the deputies referred to sort of, it got blown out of proportion. I think it actually did. I think a couple of things that should be said. The comparison to other marinas isn't fair. I actually agree with that. It's not. It's apples to oranges. Of course it is. There are fewer amenities and services at the Barrie Marina, and the cost is lower. That's the reality. I don't think certainly my comment on the fee, and I was the one who raised the average fee, was not to say, hey, look at what a great deal you're getting. The point was to say, hey, look at, we got a low cost here for low service, and that's the model we've adopted. I also made comments that I'm not sure that model is working for our patrons or will work in the future. And there's an interesting comment made really, I think, around transient slips versus seasonal slips. And the fact that, I am often told by boaters that Barrie is missing out, and we're often compared unfavorably to Aurelia when it comes to the services available for transient boaters. Now, interestingly, we have the budget next week, and a major capital item in there is the overhaul of the government dock in the Sea Cadets waterfront area to allow us to start to offer better service to transient slips, which, after all, has a tourism benefit. I mean, that is to bring money into the community, whereas a seasonal marina is offered as a benefit to our residents, or as a service to Barrie residents. It's really a sort of a fundamentally different thing. Many people brought up, and there were proposals, I think in the belief that what we were trying to do here was raise some money. And I really thank Councillor Shipley for the point that just isn't where it came from. The point was to try and help get rid of commuters parking in front of the marina, because the commuters parking in front of the marina were blocking the lot, and that meant there was difficulty having access to the boats. Now, so Mayor, if you're not out for revenue, why do you want to charge us? I think the difficult situation that Council then is in, and it was well said, I think, by a couple of members of Council, is, parking passes in the city, the cheap ones are 65. The green ones are quite a bit more than that per month. And while staff brought forward an amount of 300, and I know, Councillor Morales, you feel the number should be higher than the motion I moved at committee, which was for 100. What I was trying to do is find a compromise between the principle that you need to pay for parking, and that is what we're trying to do here. But that, a $65 a month or even a $300 a season rate to me was too much. So while maintaining this principle of paid parking, in and around our downtown, we were trying to do a reasonable deal for marina patrons. There was a reference in one of the deputations to the zoning bylaw requiring one space per slot, and I've received this from a number of emails, and it was in comments in the petition that said the city is required or says it will provide a spot per slip. That is not in our slip agreement, to be clear. It is the reference to the zoning bylaw was quite accurate. Marinas, if you were to build a marina in the city of Barrie, you're supposed to have one space per slot. We also have a provision in our downtown core in the Urban Growth Center that says you are not required to provide any parking for commercial use, any commercial use. That's why banks down here build 0 parking spaces. That's why new restaurants or others have 0 parking. We're in an area of the city where the municipal parking is there for the use of customers. It's quite different than at a mall or in a strip plaza or somewhere else where the requirement is to provide spaces off-site. In the downtown, in the core area of our city, we have a 0 parking requirement for commercial uses, and the marina would be considered one. So that, you know, under the zoning bylaw, though, the intent is there to provide a space per slip so that people are able to have access to their boats. But given the circumstance we're in, and I made this comment in my email today back to a number of folks who'd emailed me, the waterfront has changed so much. You know, I wanted to say that as well, you know, that it used to be, for eons, you could park your boat trailer and some cars informally on the west side of Lakeshore Drive. Before the rail, while the rail line was there, and even after the rail line was gone for a little bit, and we still had the grass and the open ponds that were part of the poor soil there, in the area between the little open ponds and the rail line, people would park on the grass, and that's also where a lot of the boat trailers would go. And then when the rail line came up, the decision was made to eventually move the road back, then Councillor Lehman said, can we put some gravel down until we move the road back so that we at least get the benefit of the parking in the interim? And the interim, which was really only expected to be about 3 years, I think lasted 5 years between when we put that gravel down and when we actually began construction last year on the relocated Lakeshore Drive. So for a short period of time, we've had a lot more parking on the waterfront, that big gravel area. And even that wasn't enough on Kempenfest weekend. Nothing would be enough on Kempenfest weekend. But it sure was a lot easier during the summer than it was the last 2 years. So, you know, I wanted to respond to that as well, because there was a statement that this was about revenue. I cut the revenue by a third with the motion at committee. That was, you know, won't help our parking budget, but that's not the point. The point here was actually to try and solve a problem while still maintaining this, the principle that we've introduced of paid parking. And on the parking supply issue, when the marina or when the lots in Centennial Park are expanded, there will be more parking than there was even historically, but there will be less than there's been for those last 5 years when we had the gravel area, because it was a huge, vast area. And that's the new reality on our waterfront. We have a beautiful new road. We're going to have 7 more acres of waterfront park. If the capital budget is approved next week, we're going to have some kiosks for rental of sporting equipment. We're going to have a boardwalk. We're going to have new paths through the waterfront. We're going to have new grass areas for the public, the tourists, and the residents to enjoy, and that's going to bring more people down to the waterfront too. So this problem's not going to get better, and that's the reason for this speech. We, I believe, we were proposed a sort of compromise solution by staff. We then decided the cost was 3 times higher than we were comfortable, and we cut it. And I don't expect applause for that or boos for that, but the point is, we did reflect the concern about the cost, and we're introducing this at the rate of $100. Last, I wanted to reference the launch issue. Several people in emails to me brought up the fact that folks who are launching their boats off a trailer and are still able to park for free by virtue of the resident pass and use the Tiffin launch for free are getting away free. And relative to other boat users, there's an inequity both between the marina launch, which is paid, and the Tiffin launch, which isn't, and the fact that there's the trailer parking for residents is still free. I would that reminded me that council was also told to change that. And we voted against that aspect of the parking strategy, or actually overturned it after it was approved, out of concerns for things like fishing tournaments and so forth. We've struggled with this. We have a solution that's in front of us that hopefully helps to some extent with the marina patrons. But this is, I think, a new reality with the waterfront. It is going to get busier and busier. And I think we are going to need to look at how we service seasonal slips and transient slips on a waterfront that is that much busier. And that is perhaps a question for another day. But I wanted to respond. I wanted to thank the 3 deputants. I recognize this isn't the solution they're looking for. I hope we have at least expressed our motivations, and that you know, regardless of what goes forward here, I believe the intention that was at the very beginning was to respond to a concern from our customers. And in terms of the other concerns that have been raised through this process in the petition and otherwise, I look forward to continuing to working on that, because I do think things will need to continue to evolve. So those are my comments, members of council. Unless there are any others, I'll call the question. Those in favor of Section G? Opposed? Councillor Morales. Okay, that passes. Okay, that completes the general committee reports for tonight. We have a direct motion followed by 2 presentations, but I am inclined to call a break because we're at 9:30. I know there's some folks who will probably want to leave at this point, so I'm going to call a 10-minute recess at this point. We'll come back for direct motions and the budget presentations. meeting back to order. We have no deferred business on tonight's agenda. We do have one direct motion. It's with regards to warning signs regarding non-maintenance of parks, hills, or trails during winter months. Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Moved by myself and seconded by yourself. Warning signs regarding non-maintenance of parks, hills, trails during winter months. That staff and Roads, Parks and Fleet Department arrange for the replacement of the existing signage regarding the non-maintenance of parks, hills, and trails during winter months as soon as possible, with signage indicating as follows. The City of Barrie does not maintain parks, hills, or trails during the winter months. Users assume all risk. Paragraph 2, that the city's website information be updated as soon as possible to reflect the revised wording. And paragraph 3, that the cost associated with the replacement signage, estimated in the amount of $2,500, be funded from the Roads, Parks and Fleet operating budget.
Thank you. It's moved by Councillor Khan, seconded by myself. With regards to warning signs regarding non-maintenance of parks, hills, or trails during winter months, number 1, that staff in the Roads, Parks and Fleet Department arrange for the replacement of the existing signage regarding the non-maintenance of parks, hills, and trails during the winter months as soon as possible, with signage indicating as follows. The City of Barrie does not maintain parks, hills, or trails during the winter months. Users assume all risk. 2, that the city's website information be updated as soon as possible to reflect the revised wording. 3, that the costs associated with the replacement signage, estimating the amount of $2,500, be funded from the Roads, Parks and Fleet operating budget. Comments or questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. Those in favor of the direct motion? Or any opposed? None. That carries. Thanks very much. That brings us to the presentations and our long-suffering presenters who got to experience the majesty and magic of local government tonight for the past 3 hours. Police services are listed first, so you guys get to go first. We have our budget presentations tonight from our service partners, the Barrie Police and the Barrie Public Library Board. So I will ask the Chair Dickey, Chief Greenwood, XO Taylor, welcome to Barrie City Council. And you get more than 10 minutes if you need it, but I'm sure you will be brief. Mr. Dickey, the floor is yours.
I believe there's 12 or 13 slides, an average of 10 minutes a slide. So we should be good. No, we will do our best to be brief. So Mayor Lehman, members of council, thank you for this opportunity to present our budget request for 2016. My role this evening as the board chair is basically to do some introductions. So I'm going to introduce who we have with us this evening. So we have Chief Kimberly Greenwood. It's past my bedtime, so if I falter here, it's a bit there. We have Sergeant Dave Taylor, our support. We have the Deputy Chief, Bruce Carlson. And we have board members Angela Lansbury. Lockridge, thank you. Showing my age, and Linda Collins, as well as senior staff members Rose Richter and Nancy Howells. So we're all here to help answer questions if you have any after this incredible presentation. As in the past, I think it's fair to say that the Barrie Police Service has been very focused on its fiscal responsibility. And the budget we bring to you tonight came through some very thoughtful work by our chief and her senior staff, and in fact the whole staff of the Barrie Police Service. By way of some background, our original budget proposal came to council, or to staff, I guess, in September, and looked for a 3.4% increase. You asked through a council motion for us to take a look at that increase and provide you with some feedback as to potential outcomes if we were to reduce that to 2.75%. The chief and her staff took that as a challenge to reduce the budget, and they worked quite diligently to do so. Bring it down to the 2.75% increase that had been requested. But then unfortunately, our health claims provider surprised us with a rather unfortunate increase in our health premiums, and that caused the budget request to go back up slightly. So the budget request that you're seeing tonight from us is for 2.98% over 2015. The presentation that's going to follow will be presented by the chief, and we'll address the guiding principles of our budgeting process and where we have come up with the strategy for reaching this particular budget. It's also going to talk to the key elements of our budget that drive our costs. So human resources, IT, our facilities, as well as our capital requirements. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to Chief Greenwood, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. In support of the city's evergreening initiative, we have reviewed and provided a PowerPoint presentation rather than a prezi like we did last year. Our core police services are found in the Police Services Act, where we are required to provide services at a minimum that deal with crime prevention, law enforcement, assisting victims of crime, public order maintenance, and emergency response. We are currently in our final year of our strategic plan, and before you is a copy, a condensed version of our strategic plan if you wish to look at it. But I will say that our primary mandate of ensuring a safe and secure community remains consistent. Our other priorities or goals of enhancing community mobilization engagement, developing and engaging our people, promoting organizational sustainability, and if we capture that all together, we are here to deliver a quality service. All of these goals, priorities, objectives, and action items in our strategic plan can be met with the budget that we are requesting. The budget principles for the Barrie Police Service are similar to the City of Barrie. I've spoken about our strategic plan. We're transitioning from our current plan into a new 3-year plan, which is required by the Police Services Board. So what are we going to look like in 2020? We are looking at advancing our strategies. We look at service innovation. So you will hear how we're focusing on technology. We continually look to improving our service delivery, and we will meet and ensure that we are fiscally responsible, that we are efficient, effective, and economically sustainability as one of the departments of the City of Barrie. The next couple of slides will speak to initiatives that we commenced in 2015, and some will continue into 2016, and some of our new initiatives that we're going to be introducing in 2016. So we start with our COAST program, which is the Community Outreach and Support Team. This was a pilot project between the Barrie Police Service and the Royal Victorian our Canadian Mental Health Association. So it ran for 90 days from mid-September to mid-December, and our goals for this pilot was to reduce mental health apprehensions, increase diversion of persons in mental health crisis from RVH, to decrease wait times for officers spending on calls involving persons with mental health crisis. And we're currently working with CMHA to seek permanent funding in this area. Collaborative Barrie, I will speak very, very briefly on this because you have heard over the last year and a half many presentations on the success. It is a collaborative, risk-driven community safety model, and we are one of 55 in Canada. Our structure is a situational table, that's our boots on our ground. We have our operational steering committee, and then we have an executive steering committee. On each of those areas, there are representatives from the Barrie Police Service on them. Our situational table started in June, and up to today's date, we've seen 75 cases. So the Barrie Police tend to bring forward over 40% of the cases to the table, but at the end of the day, we are only leading on 6 of those. So we've had some funding that came out of our operational budget. We've seen proceeds of crime grants, and this has looked after training, analyzing our data, computer equipment, and we're continuing to work with our 21 other partners and along with those that don't play key roles but are a resource to us. The beginning I was inverting our RVH and our wait times. So I'll go to our wait times with Royal Victoria Regional Health Centre. We entered into a memorandum of agreement between both of our businesses to address the wait times and transfer of care for individuals that come into the hospital with a police officer because they've been apprehended under the Mental Health Act. And prior to 2015, we were spending as police officers over 160 minutes on average at the hospital. This new Memorandum of Understanding commenced in February. It's running for a year, and our goal is to have wait times for police officers at the hospital from 60 to 90 minutes. And I'm happy to say that as of December 31st of 2015, our wait times were down to 101 minutes. So we're very hopeful that we will continue to work with this program and make that difference. Continuous improvement in our communication. I spoke to that last year at our budget presentation, and we have a new staffing model there. We have 4 communication supervisors that have received training, and they've started in January of 2016. So we're very pleased with the progress that we've made in this short period of time. Our ERP is something that the city has put forward. We have chosen a couple or several models that will be specific to help us in our future financial planning. So we're looking at inventory, purchase orders, fund management, and the HR module to help us be more efficient and more effective as we move forward into the future. Using the same Lean Six Sigma analytical approach to continuous improvement, we're doing the same thing in our records department. So we have identified 6 projects, one being document workflow, looking at our uniform crime reporting, our dispositions of criminal matters, looking at our freedom of information process, looking at some solutions for our records retention, and improving our turnaround time for our criminal records checks. Also, something new you will see in the Barrie Police Service is a operational communication backup center. So we're focusing on business continuity and emergency preparedness. So we're creating this communication center at one of our locations, not 29 Sperling, so we're looking at 60 Bell Farm, and it will be a mirror image of our current operational setup. It will allow direct connection to our BPS service. It will allow access to our BPS telephone systems, and we'll be able to maintain full radio functionality. Very positive move. We look at our radio replacement program. We have had to establish a 10-year replacement of our radio systems as we go from one system to another. So we commenced in 2014 this program, and we continue to work towards 2024 in regards to this. If we look at our utilization of social media, just as the city has utilized, this allows us to connect and engage with many demographics within the city. We're able to provide instant, accurate, up-to-date information, which has not only led to arrests in our community, but have also assisted the community during significant events. Our mobile command vehicle was purchased in 2002. It is in dire need of modernization. So we have in 2015, and we'll continue to provide updates internally, externally, looking at our phone systems, looking at a satellite phone system, and at the same time, we're continuing to train additional members of our service on the utilization of it. So we can use it in places like our downtown countdown and significant events such as Virgil Wood. When we look at our CEW, many people will recognize the term tasers, but it stands for conducted energy weapons. And the Ministry of Correctional Services and Community Safety authorized, and our board approved, the frontline deployment of conducted energy weapons in 2014. So we established a multi-year approach to ensure that we deploy this non-lethal use of force weapon to our frontline officers. And I'm pleased to say that we have 60% of our frontline officers deployed with this other option that is not as lethal. Now, when we go to the last thing listed here, I think earlier today we saw the need and the importance of training and having defibrillators accessible. And we now have partnered with Simcoe County paramedics, and we now have them in our frontline cruisers. If you look at human resources, our people are our greatest strength. And yes, it looks after salaries and benefits to 92% of our overall budget, but they are our greatest strength. And when we look at our HR strategy, it's quite comprehensive. We look at recruiting and hiring, redeployment, civilianization, natural and strategic gapping, but we're able to continue the same level of service because we are going through this process to identify where we can find some appropriate deployment of our resources. So this budget in 2016 does not include an increase to our establishment. Our service has not seen additional, whether they're sworn or civilian members, in the last 4 years. So we're able to continue with the same service delivery, but we're having to come up with innovative ways in ways in which we can redeploy people to frontline services. So this budget, you will see natural and strategic gapping, a replacement of those that are retiring or resigning. We are delaying the hiring of a new recruit in some areas. In our redeployment of supervisors, we've seen some changes in 2015, and we will continue to see some changes in 2016. We now have a risk management supervisor. We have an additional sergeant that has been deployed to our community-oriented response based on community requests and needs. We have a HR sergeant also that will be becoming part of our membership and investing in our membership. Civilianization within policing has become essential to meet the needs of our budget. So it permits redeployment of our sworn officers that have special training, that have special use of force options, back to the front line without increasing our sworn complement. So it augments the knowledge base of our service by requiring strong technical skills and subject matter experts in various areas across the service. It strengthens our organizational efficiency, but it's also has the potential of cost reduction. And as I mentioned, this is consistent with other services across the province. So within the Barrie Police Service, we are looking at and have identified 4 supervisors in our communications, and we've redeployed sergeants to other parts of our organization. We're looking at civilianizing our auditor, our station duty officers, property and evidence, and potentially a forensic identification officer. And we're also including in charge of our administrative services a civilian director. To be consistent with our strategic plan, we've focused in on 2 areas of training: supervisor and leadership training, and the ethics and accountability training for each and every single member of our service. So from the supervisors training, we've partnered with Georgian College for some training. We're also working with the FBI and sent a member down there for training. Through the International Association Chiefs of Police, many of our middle and senior managers are participating in leading in a police organization course, and we have sent last year and will continue to send people to the University of Toronto Rotman School of Business. When I've already spoken to recruiting and hiring with other things, so I'll continue down to our court services. Back in 2011, we transitioned to a perimeter security model at our courthouses performed by our court services officers. And we are now looking at commencing a review in regards to our staffing model. If you recall, in 2013, we received an upload from the province to the city to help us support our court services. Now, this year we will be seeing $2.1 million, but to actually run court services, it is almost $4 million. So we have a shortfall of $1.7 million that we has to come out of our own operational budgets. So we're looking for some efficiencies in that area. IT plays a vital role in the policing industry, and we are heavily influenced by the pace of change in technology. So I've listed just a few of the things that we've done in 2015, and we will continue on those items, and then we'll add a few other items to our repertoire of IT initiatives. Our text to 911 was introduced in September of this year, so those in the deaf, hard of hearing, and speech impediment community are able to communicate with our communications dispatchers through at 911 through a text, so that is very helpful to that community. For our officers out on the road, in November, we placed a mobile for public safety, so officers are able to make direct queries of vehicles and people right from their mobile data terminals. We have an automatic license plate reader in one of our traffic vehicles, and that reads license plates from moving vehicles and automatically connects to the Ministry of Transportation and the OPP databases, so making it a much more effective way for officers to conduct patrol. We have our CAD automated dispatch. We had an upgrade. We had not received an upgrade in 4 years, and we work with a cooperative with 43 other police services to do this, so it's a very efficient and effective way of conducting business. I have SharePoint up there. That's something that is not exclusive to police services, but we are heading in that direction. One-stop shopping allows access and search capabilities of business documents that will support our frontline officers. The Next Generation 911, which is a stepping stone, it is a federal initiative that will create faster, more flexible, resilient, and scalable systems that allows 911 to keep in communication or up to date with our communication technology that many of our people in our community use. So it will be something that will allow digital information, whether it's voice, photos, and text messages, to flow seamlessly from the public to the 911 network, and our first responders will be able to utilize this information. Our mobile driver's license readers are being installed in our new vehicles, and once again, similar to the other automatic license plate reader, it will be more efficient for officers dealing with traffic safety and enforcement. I'll briefly mention our executive dashboard project. This is really in our infancy stages, but we will be able to gather information from multiple databases that we have, and it will give us a state of our health in a visual manner, so it says what our key performance indicators are, where we are. Our facilities. We are very much committed to a new headquarters, very much so. We sit on a steering committee. We continue to provide reserve contributions, and we've done that since 2013 for the new building, our first responders campus, and we will continue to do that. With our regular building cost, it makes up 2.9% of our overall budget, and it includes things like custodial staff, maintenance, utilities, and insurance, and rent of 2 of our 4 facilities. But in 2016, we will invest in some IT infrastructure upgrades and telephone system upgrades to those locations. Our capital budget. This is very concerning as I stand before you as a chief. If we look at 2010, our capital budget request represented 4.4% of the overall budget at a value of $1.6 million. 6 years later, our capital budget only represents 1.7% of our overall budget, and it's only $900,000. So in 6 years, our capital budget has continued to decrease and decrease and decrease by a percentage now of 42%. And we spend, our focus is in on our fleet, computer equipment. I've already spoken about the backup communication system that is required. We have our multiple year municipal initiative in regards to the radio tower. So from now until 2018, we will continue to contribute $88,000 in that area. This slide here really is a snapshot of our budget, and I have addressed the expenditures portion of it, and I'll only spend a couple of minutes to speak about revenue. A police service is not a revenue-generating business, but we do collect some administrative fees, such as our criminal records checks, our pay duty system administration fees. We will continue to seek grant opportunities. I was very disappointed. We have received funding from the province in an anti-violence initiative since 2011, but that ministry grant of what we usually see, $88,000, is no longer coming to us. But we still have some federal and other municipal funding, such as our RIDE annual festive program and our Proceeds of Crime, which is specific to Collaborative Barrie. So we still will continue to look in those areas. So the very last slide, as it sits right now, this year's request is 23.4% of the overall city budget, but that is dependent upon what happens next week. But historically, the Barrie Police Service has ranged from 3.6% to 25.1%. So this year, if it's consistent with what's happening, we were below what traditionally we have normally seen. So originally, as the chair has indicated, our request was coming in at 3.4% increase of a $49.1 million ask. Then we received direction from council, and we worked very hard to find some areas where we could find savings. And we were able to decrease that amount in addition to receiving higher premiums for our health and benefits that were unexpected. So right now, our request is $48.9 million, which is an increase of 2.98% from last year's budget. We are a very strong and vibrant city, and this budget request provides professional, accountable, and effective policing, ensuring the safety, security, and well-being of this city. So I'd like to thank Council for their time, but at the same time, I would like to thank the dedicated members of the Barrie Police Service for their commitment to the community. Some are here this evening, and I would also like to thank the support of the Police Service Board, who all are here this evening. Thank you.
Chief, thank you very much for the presentation. Questions, members of council? Councillor Ainsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. There are actually very few people that I admire, and Chief Greenwood, I'd like you to know that you are one of those people. I have watched you since you came to the City of Barrie, and I have watched you budget after budget work tirelessly trying to keep the amounts down that the taxpayers need to pay for the excellent service that we actually get from the police services. I'd like to ask you, do you believe that the emergency service models that we have now are sustainable? Because I notice you've made great strides in the human resources by trying to not hire anyone. I think that's the only way we can battle it when 92% of your budget is actually in salaries and benefits. I don't see how we're going to cut costs, and is that a strategy of yours to not hire any further police officers, or what do you call it? The question's coming.
I was humming in agreement with your question, with your direction of your question.
Away then. You said civilianize, or whatever you said. You've taken a lot of badges and guns off of a lot of jobs. And is that a strategy also to cut costs, or just something you decided to do, or?
If we look back to 2012, that was the last year that we had any additional staff left.
Can you just move your mic over a bit more? Yeah.
Back in 2012, that was the last year we had an increase to our complement, our establishment. 2013 and 2014, we saw no hiring at all. We gapped all of our positions. In 2015, we were able to start replacing some of those positions because we were in dire need of ensuring that we had frontline police officers. So we need to ensure that we meet the needs of the community, that we meet the growth of the community, so we have the right number of officers deployed on the road and make it a sustainable police service. And we're looking at other options. So we are looking at redeployment to frontline from certain positions that have traditionally been filled by a sworn officer, and we will continue to do that in 2016 and 2017 with our HR strategy. But I'm not sure that if we can continue in that momentum, we will still need to have frontline officers that are responding to emergency calls for service. We will need our investigators that will follow up on really very serious crimes that may occur in our city. So we can't continue to deplete our frontline services, but it will be a combination of growth in our civilian component and our sworn component, but in a very calculated, strategic manner that we will do this.
Okay. I also noticed that in your budget, the overtime costs, that you've actually reduced those by 10% this year. And since 2013, you've actually reduced them by 38.5. How did you accomplish that, Chief Greenwood?
It was an effort by all of those involved in the Barrie Police Service. We reviewed our policies in regards to overtime, and we put heightened attention in regards to our overtime procedures and policies, and ensured that it was all essential overtime that occurred.
Okay, can I just go back to my second question, I think it was. Do you feel that the emergency services in the city of Barrie is sustainable on its present path?
It is.
Thank you. Thank you, Worship.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsworth. Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'm not sure how to start off following Councillor Ainsworth's accolades. That was very strong, and certainly I think Chief Greenwood, the community as a whole, appreciates the work that you've done since you've come on board. You walked right into some major incidents as soon as you pretty much took command as well. You made commitments to fiscal restraint, and you made commitments to community engagement, and I think that if we look back as a council and as a community, job well done. You've held your end of the bargain, so to speak. You've kept your word. You mentioned some strategies, and Councillor Ainsworth touched on them with regard to finding efficiencies and reducing some of the staffing challenges that you had. For example, the wait times at RVH and partnering with mental health partners in order to reduce the amount of time staff, your officers are sort of constrained with mental health cases. I was hoping that you could quantify, because you gave some percentages. You know, we're 23% versus 25, and our our capital is 900,000 versus. What I'm hoping you can do is give us an idea. Had you not seen these staffing efficiencies and your change in policy since you started, what would we be looking at right now? I want to compare apples to apples. What would we be looking at in terms of a budget increase ask? Do you have any idea?
I haven't calculated that out because this was a human resource strategy that we're implementing, so we weren't looking at what if we had stayed with our normal course. We are on course with our HR strategy where we wish to go, so I don't have a figure. The request that we originally came in with 3.4% is, I thought, was very realistic. We would be able to do what we had to do, but based on the request from council, we had to lower our expectations, and we address that through capital, and we address that through strategic gapping.
All right, perhaps a smarter way of asking the question would have been, can you quantify the savings that your strategies have given us? And perhaps you're going to give me the exact same answer, but I'm just thinking I could have asked that easier. The reason I asked the question is we are growing. We're into, as MP Broussard mentioned, and we've talked around the table, we are looking at 75,000 people over the next several years going forward. You obviously are planning ahead. As part of your strategy, you're preparing for a larger Barrie, both in land mass and size of your service coverage area, as well as population. But obviously, you've also mentioned that your focus has shifted. You're much more not reliant, but you're utilizing technology. I understand based on the sort of incident types that's shifted away and using more cybercrime, for example. Is that part of your ability to, you mentioned your possible forensic officers as well as your evidence room technicians, property and evidence, being able to go civilian. Are we going to be able to continue to see a trend in that direction? Or like, is law enforcement going to remain sworn and much more admin come on board? Like, I'm trying to follow you.
Our component of civilian and sworn has shifted slightly, and I think we will get to the point where it won't be able to shift any further, that we will still need to increase our complement on our sworn side, but for 2016, I'm not making that request.
My last question, I guess, is, Mary Lehman, obviously we've heard talk around the table on a number of occasions, the inefficiency of having to operate out of multiple centers. Leasing is not the best solution, certainly when they have to retrofit, sort of an unreasonable amount, and we're not gaining any equity. We're not getting any value out of renting. Plus, there's increased costs with having to travel back for administration from one location to headquarters, et cetera. Obviously, we haven't written a check for whoever knows what the number is going to be on a joint services campus. But I guess what I'm saying is, or what I'm looking for is, what can we anticipate in terms of whether it's this year or next year, finding efficiencies, if we can move forward to this new joint services campus? What can we predict? Not necessarily for 2016, but for 2017-18. Any changes in that regard?
We're working very closely with City of Barrie staff in regards to the campus model. We have, with the city, we are sitting on a steering committee that deals specifically with the hub concept. I don't anticipate that we will see any changes in the next couple of years, but we want to ensure that when we're assessing location, type of building, the partners that are going to be in there, we want to do it right so that we do have the efficiencies that we're looking for.
Thanks, Chief.
Councillor Severa.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. I have only two questions for you. One of the questions that I do have is regarding innovation. Could you be more specific with what kind of innovation have been adopted? What kind of tools that really that can help us save money? What kind of innovation that you're talking about?
If you, Sergeant Taylor will be flipping to the technology, and when I was speaking to innovations, I think one of the areas that we're focusing a lot of our attention on is the use of technology. And for example, when we look at the ERP, there is an investment in ERP for the whole city of Barrie. The investments that we're making in our technology area is similar. We're looking for the ability to ensure that the community's needs are met, whether it's through the next generation 911 or text to 911, which is a select group of individuals in our community. We're looking at Collaborative Barrie. That was an innovation that isn't seen but is gaining momentum across the country. We're looking at continuous improvements in 2 key areas of our organization, and we've just started another through our court services. So we've gone from communications, we've looked at our records, now we're looking at our court services. So there's many areas that we're looking at innovation, whether it's our HR strategy, whether it's our use of technology, or it's the partnerships that we are building with other organizations in the community that are also responsible for the safety and well-being of our citizens.
Mm-hmm. And Marilyn, the second question that I do have, Chief, every year I'm concerned about the overtime of staff, and I haven't seen the numbers here. What's the overtime from this year, from last year? I want to see if it was how much the increase was in overtime, if there was an increase in overtime.
We have certainly seen a significant decrease in our overtime. I would say the last 5 years, there has been a decrease in our overtime year over year, and I think Councillor Ainsworth spoke to the decrease in 38% in our overtime. So we're seeing changes over the last few years, and our overtime budget will be maintained at where we anticipated it will be at the year end for 2015. So I think that we have a formula that is meeting the needs of the community.
In this case then, but you don't have a number from last budget to this budget of the overtime then?
If you look at the letter that was presented to Council, there was one that was presented from our chair, Mr. Dickey, on the 29th of September, and then the most recent one was sent on the 15th of December. If you look to page 1 of the chart, it'll indicate that we've seen and will have budgeted a decrease of 9.9%. So in 2015, we had a budget of just under $800,000, and we're making a request this year in 2016 for a $710,000 request in regards to overtime, which is significantly less than we used to see.
And what's the reason for this decrease in the overtime in general?
In general, it's just the management and the policies that we have put in place in regards to how we utilize our overtime. It will be challenging if we do not have the officers that we need on our front line that are responding to emergency calls if we continue to see a drop in our frontline complement, though.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Marilyn.
Thanks, Councillor Severa. Councillor Prowse.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. I just had a question about overtime. Chief Greenwood, are members of council allowed to sign out tasers? That's really what I want to know.
Well, you're always welcome to do some training with us.
I have cash in my pocket. We should talk afterwards.
Okay.
Sorry, the hour's late and my temper is short. Chief
Come on,
Greenwood,
we're all thinking it.
and I don't know if it's to you or the chair of the police board, so I had a couple of questions, and either one of you, if you could provide some information. Operating surpluses at the police board, when they occur, is there a policy for how they're handled? Are they put into reserve, transferred to capital, all used up?
We have a reserve that's specific to our campus concept, but that is placed at the beginning of the budget cycle. We do have policies specific to the board has a policy. The service has a procedure that deals with the way in which we can spend our funds, and within that procedure, it speaks to surplus.
And what is that? So if the police board at the end of the year has 100, or you're in your third quarter, you're $100,000 ahead, we're having a good year, what happens with that 100,000?
What's happened in recent history is that the chief and her staff will identify, typically at this point, capital items that we've been, I wouldn't say scrimping on, but certainly being conservative with, and taking the opportunity, if there's surplus funds, to help rebuild some of that capital budgeting deficit that we're running.
Okay, thank you. The letter we received in September had spoken of the benefit cost increase, and I know it was mentioned that the sort of the last minute scramble on the budget was also driven by the benefit cost increase. So in the letter in September, your benefits were expected to rise by 6.8% with a positive outlook as part of a City of Barrie tender or resourcing potentially of that. Mm-hmm. Where did we end up on the benefits? And was there a specific reason for the variance?
On the second go-around, primarily what happened there is that the health and dental benefits, which are paid in the same general pool as the city, were reassessed by our provider. And that's really an administrator. We're a self-funded organization, as I believe the city is. And they came forward in, I believe it was October or September. November, with an amended annual fee. So what they do is they charge us monthly premiums for each officer, each member, and those monthly fees went up. We are anticipating, through our negotiating with the collective bargaining agreement, that we will see some decline in actual expenditures over the next 3 years, but for now, that's an increase that we have to deal with.
And that was the post-September, sort of after you...
Yeah, and it was after having made inquiries. Our staff had made quite a number of inquiries about whether there would be any increases, and we're told on a number of occasions that there would not be. And then, lo and behold, there was.
Okay. Well, thank you for your work on that front, nonetheless. I appreciate it. At one point, I had thought council got a quarterly financial report from the police board, but I looked back at all the minutes, and there isn't a financial report in there. And I'm wondering, would there be a challenge or an issue, and I guess I could have sent this request through our members of the board, but in us getting a quarterly financial instead of getting the fat $50 million budget at the end of the year?
I'll handle that one. The public portion of the agenda contains a cost update every month. So it is in the public portion of the agenda. And in terms of circulation, I don't see any particular reason why that couldn't be.
I didn't find it
distributed. Typically, I think historically it's just been the agendas of the public portion were circulated to council, but that is on. There's also, for example, a monthly report on statistics, which indicates how many calls for service, how many Liquor Act violations, how many traffic stops, all those sorts of things. So those high-level metrics are presented every month publicly.
Okay, I'll circle back and look for those. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Any other questions of the chief or the chair of the board? Obviously, serving on the board, I've had an opportunity to be part of the development of this. I would echo members of council that in a community where the population is continuing to grow at 1.5% a year, even in our slow growth mode, that's Barrie's definition of slow, I guess. We have not seen a complement increase at the police in 4 years. And these sort of incredible numbers, like 38% reduction in overtime, part of that is, to be fair, we haven't had a really, I want to knock wood when I say this, a major incident that has a Virgil Wood, since 2012. Actually, I'll come back to Virgil Wood in a second, but we could. I mean, you could have a major incident and then you're going to get a big overtime bill. And that is the reality of a complex investigation or a major public safety situation that involves a lot of officers, or a natural disaster. I mean, any emergent situation that involves a lot of police will likely involve a lot of overtime, and we'll hope we don't face another one of those in the city of Barrie for many years. But, I go back to some of the things that are up on the screen here. COAST is just a tremendous program, a partnership with CMHA, and not many people know this. There was funding that was applied for by CMHA. I remember writing the reference letter 18 months ago. They didn't get it. I've forgotten where they applied to. They didn't get the funding. And the chief and the service and CMHA together decided to do it anyway. And that's quite something, because they went out with a different service model that helps people, and it's shown the results. Collaborate Barrie, a success story we're already very familiar with. We have high hopes for the future on that. The RVH wait time protocol that dropped from 160 minutes, I mean, I can tell you, way too often I would go into RVH and there's half our fleet sitting in the emergency room parking lot. Because our officers are there with someone in the emergency department. And to the deputy's credit, he worked on a committee with RVH for several years, and there was a real effort made to bring that down, and that's shown a major return already. So, and it's just basic, straightforward stuff. Gets our frontline officers on the road faster. We don't buy $100,000 fully equipped cruisers and train officers to sit in an emergency room, or, to be frank, to drive a desk. No officer went to police college to drive a desk. They want to be out serving the community. And whether it's civilianization or some of the other Lean Six Sigma approaches that our chief has brought and our senior command have brought to the organization, that's what this is all about. I said I'd come back to Virgilwood, and I just wanted to mention, it's kind of apocryphal, but about the technology. I remember being in the command unit on Virgilwood. Councillor Shipley might have been there at the time. And the DVD unit that was, the story I'm going to tell, was sitting on a rack near the door. And I've forgotten what we were using it for at the time, but it wasn't working. And Chief Nealon literally whacked it on the top, and it started working again. And he said, you have to know where to whack it. And I thought, we don't want equipment that you got to whack to work. We need equipment that works all the time. It's an emergency service. And so the cuts on the capital side, it's kind of a funny story, but it's a very serious issue. And I think, all of the efforts that have been made, despite cost pressures, despite a growing community, there is a limit to this. And I suppose I wanted to convey that message to council, that we've been very fortunate in this community in the sense of not having one of those major incidents in several years. We've also had sharply declining crime, and that is in no small part due to the accomplishment of all of our frontline officers and our civilian staff every day, but it's a whole community accomplishment that we're the safest city in the country. But there is a limit to these things, and as the city starts to grow especially, those numbers will not always keep trending down. It won't be possible to do that, and there will be emergent pressures from growth, and there are today emergent pressures, especially on the facility side, but also on technology, that I think we as a board and certainly as a senior command have tried to respect the need for fiscal responsibility, but those cost pressures will be there, and they will require continuous innovation to manage within reasonable budget limits. But for now, I did want to say thank you to the chief, to the fellow board members, and also especially to the senior staff who helped put together, again, a budget this year that reflects innovations that are delivering real savings. The kind of underlying pressures in an organization where 92% of the cost are salaries and benefits. Some of those, as the chair mentioned, relate to wellness. They relate to drug costs and the kind of pressures that come on the benefit side. And there's been a real effort made through the collective agreement, working together with the association to start addressing some of those concerns. And hopefully on the fiscal side, that will also lead to ongoing relief of some of our cost pressures there. But thank you very much for the presentation. We will be considering the budget, of course, at General Committee next week. And I better stop talking because we have another service partner that have been waiting patiently to present. So thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Your Worship.
And I will invite the Barrie Public Library Board to come on down and make the second presentation tonight regarding their budget request to City Council. Mr. DeHamel, welcome to Council.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, members of Council. My name is Ray Duhamel. I'm the Chair of the Barrie Public Library Board of Trustees. I'm here tonight to present our budget request for 2016. We have some members of the Board of Trustees kind of in the middle there. There's Michael Wernich, Rosalind Junk, Ruth Reynolds, and Michael Sorrow. Michael's new to the board. And we also have our CEO, Al Davis, and our Director of Business and Development, Chris Vandercruz. I'm going to try to keep this as short as possible in light of our timing. Okay, our request this year, Your Worship, Members of Council, is for 3.98%, and that represents a total request of $281,000 and change. And of that 281,000, or the 3.98%, about 1.7 of it is associated with a decreased revenue source from development charges. And I'll get into that, and it shows in this graph here in terms of what we have received last year and what we're receiving. Sorry, it's 120,000. I apologize, not 170. We received 170,000 in funds last year. This year, our itemized line item is 50,000. So we're starting from a difficult start point from a funding perspective. You might recall that over the past 2 years, on 2014 and 2015, we had to correct some of our funding problems. So we had opened up a new branch, and we had some temporary ramp-up funding, but we didn't have permanent funding to run a new branch, the Painswick branch that was opened in 2011. So we recognized that converting that to a burden to the taxpayer required us to look long and hard at our operations and our efficiencies, and we presented to you a 2-year budget to control the line on our expenses and allow at the same time some increases to adjust our funding model so that we could get away from a temporary ramp-up funding portion. So that was our 2-year budget ask. And then last year we were hit with an extra little doozy in terms of some significant maintenance overruns from the year before that we needed to come to you and ask for some funding for, again, out of our control, but the buildings that we occupy require maintenance. And then this year, our next challenge, again, as we're trying to be as fiscally responsible as we can with our funding, our DC funding has been dropped by 120,000. So it seems every year we're tasked to try to do more with less, and I think that's everybody faces that same challenge. But I would like to assure you that the board has worked hard for 2 budgets into the 3rd budget now to try to be as efficient with the money that you do give us to run a very good library service and programs for the City of Barrie residents. I won't spend much time on this, but this is a summary of year over year from 15 to 2016. The big item that I would direct your attention to is really how much more money we're asking year over year. If you look at our expenses, it's 0.86%. It's not the 3.98 that is actually in the previous slide. That's just the municipal funding portion. So our overall request from balancing expenditures and revenue is 0.86%. The big number is the increase in the tax levy component from 6.7 to 7.3. We are no longer funding some of our programs from our own reserves, which is not obviously, as I think I explained, and Tim Johnson explained last year, and I explained the year before that, it's not a sustainable long-term operational model, but we were doing that to lessen the impact on the incremental tax change year over year. And the DC reduction is a big one as well. So that's our fiscal reality that we're looking to operate with. Out of that 3.98%, as I mentioned, about 1.7% is the DC component. Another 1.7 is related to our union-required employment contracts. And we're also, in the next slide, I'll show you that, we are going to update our long overdue strategic plan. And we are hiring a new CEO because our dear CEO, Al Davis, is retiring on June the 30th. So those are some expenses that we have to incur. And we're also currently negotiating a new union contract right now. We hope that that we can hold the salary increases in line with what the city has negotiated, but those negotiations need to take place. The 4th bullet point in terms of our strategic priorities is work with your councillors who are trustees on the board to determine at what point is it the right time to come back to you to ask you about a branch in Hawley. And that was, you might recall, about 4 years, it might be 5 now, that we came to you about a proposal to expand the Holly Recreation Center to put a library in there. But Holly is significantly underserviced from a library service perspective, and at some point we would like that service gap to be addressed. One of our main initiatives, again, in 2016 is to continue implementing our community-led service model. And this is where libraries are changing. We are true community builders now. We are not a book repository. We are much more than simply being focused on a building where people come in and take out a book and leave. We have a very vast array of programs and services that we offer, and we're looking at continuing to move beyond the old model of what a library was and into the new model of being a very community-centric organization. I have two quick slides for you about our programs. I'm not going to speak to each one, but I can say that we offer programs from everything from servicing and providing programs for infants to the elderly. We provide programs for budding entrepreneurs and those who are unemployed. People who are that have other disabilities and challenges, sensory disabilities and learning challenges, students to researchers and everybody in between. So we really are community builders at the very best is what we believe we do, and we do it pretty well. Of course, everyone knows our contributions to the Dragon Boat Festival. We've raised over $1.6 million for charity so far in the years of operation that's occurred. But I'd point you to the fourth slide, or the fourth bullet up here. We have 150 volunteers, if not more now, that donate upwards of almost 900 hours to the library every year to help us deliver those programs and the services. So from a pure value and service delivery perspective, we think we do a lot with the money you give us, and we get a lot out of the people that just love libraries and love contributing to their community. Actually, I'd also point to the last one, Information Barrie. This is a good example of it's a community referral service. It's generally run by municipalities and funded by municipalities, and Barrie, the library, picks up the tab. We pay for the staffing resources and the cost to run it. It's about $200,000 a year. An amazing community resource, but it's something that part of our expenses. Okay, so you know that we have a downtown branch. It's roughly 41,000 square feet. We have a Painswick branch that's 15. Our Hawley branch, that's hopefully something in the near future. That could be anywhere up to about 15,000 square feet, which is exactly what Painswick is. And then we, of course, have planned facilities in your recreation centers in the Hewitt Secondary Plan and the Salem Secondary Plan. Hewitt's being a bit smaller because it there's some shared service delivery with the Painswick branch, and Salem needing to be a little bit larger given its more outward location, so that'll be 25,000. We would, under this scenario, if ultimately approved by this council for funding, we would have about 111,000 square feet of library space, and we would have 5 branch locations. So I'm going to wrap up this brief presentation and share with you that we believe we provide superior value for our service delivery. In this first window right here, this is a metric that shows how many, based on comparable population size, how many locations there are for the population. So in Barrie, we service over 70,000 people with each branch that we have. The average line here in the middle is somewhere around the 16,000 range. That's not a pure function of square footage, mind you, but it is of locations that exist. These are statistics provided by Ontario Libraries. Our funding per capita is right in line with the average. We're about $44 per person that we in the city of Barrie. We're right on the average line. Again, the blue is the average. One area that we do fall a little short on is the percentage of our population that are active card holders. And although we're below the average just slightly, we're very proud of that number because we only have 2 branches and we have areas that are significantly underserviced. And so we're still able to have a high percentage of our population using our library that are active members, yet we don't have the number of locations to service those people. So as we get more branches, that we would expect that to continue to strive forward with that. So in closing, Your Worship, Members of Council, that's our ask, and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Duhamel. I have a speakers list. Just before I get to that, though, I just wanted you to clarify that very first slide, excuse me, indicates your expense increases less than 1%, and overall it's a 3.98% increase, but that's because of those two lost revenue sources, the DC funding and the library reserve. I've got that right.
Yeah, Your Worship, if you change to the next slide, you'll see that we have a few different revenue sources. We don't rely solely on the municipality for our revenue sources. So we have a few different sources of funding. The municipal tax levy, the grant portion of that, is the difference. But the overall funding is only 0.86%.
Ah, I see. Okay, and that's, well, actually, that's what I was hoping that you could clarify. So the tax impact, though, because of those lost sources, is actually larger.
That's correct.
Right, okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Khan, I have you first.
Well, you took the first question, so thanks for that, Mary Lehman. I appreciate it. It may not actually be through you, to Mr. Duhamel, Mary Lehman, but I'm just curious in terms of the fact that the DC revenue has fallen short. You said it was 120,000.
That's correct.
I'm just curious about our staff's projections. How many years are we anticipating seeing this go forward? Because I imagine we're not just going to see this year. I think we're going to see it, I'm guessing 2017, probably 2018. I'm just curious if our staff has projections based on future growth and what do you call them, permits and stuff like that we're anticipating seeing that would contribute to the DC funding. Mr. Miller there. Hi, how are you, Mr. Miller?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to members of council. So the number to explain on the DC revenue side is in the DC Act or in their DC background study, you are allowed to recover DC revenues and apply them to the growth of your collection. So when you look at the number for 2015, the calculation that goes into determining how much money we're bringing in for the city for the next 10 years in the 2014 DC bylaw, it was a total of $2.8 million. A lot of that money is really related to the growth of Salem and Hewitt's. So the calculation that goes into how much money can you allocate for collection, growth of your existing collection is based on a per capita basis, and it kind of works out to a number of $77 per capita. So for 2016, in talking internally and looking at populations, we have, it's a hard number to come up, how many more people are going to be coming in next year, but there's not an explosion expected for 2016 as we're waiting for the growth to come. So as a result, that number of 50,000 works out to 6% of their total collection spend that was given to us. So I believe they have a number of around 920,000 that's for regenerating their collection. So out of that amount, 6% is real growth. So it's above and beyond replacing or repairing our collection. It's actually growing it a bit. So it's a fairly reasonable number in terms of tying into the calculation that's in the DC background study. If you look at the number from 2015 of $170,000 of DC funding, that's roughly 18% of the overall refreshing of their collection, which is fairly high. When the growth does start coming in and we start collecting more DCs and seeing the population rise, then you would be able to support more of that. Most of that would be generated towards new facilities. The other point to note is that reserve has roughly, we're working on year-end numbers right now, but at the time that this number was given, there was $68,000 of DC for the library reserve. So it's also depleting, which is also contributing to the challenge.
So, Mayor Lehman, I guess the point of my question is it's absolutely accurate. We're Salem and Hewitt plans, we're still probably years away before we see the first numbers start to roll in. So we're looking at infill at this point. Obviously, we have the corridors, MU1, MU2 corridors, and whatever our planning staff is seeing in terms of applications coming in. I just wanted to sort of grasp whatever best projections or best guesstimates that our staff could provide in terms of what kind of volume that they might anticipate seeing while we wait for Salem and Hewitt's to really start generating revenue on an infill basis only.
Okay, yep, thanks, Councillor Khan. Councillor Silvera.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Could you explain to me this personal, almost $200,000 from 2015 to 2016? What really you're talking here about personal? You mean hiring more people, or that's what's contract? What is this $200,000?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Silvera, personnel increases are, as you can see, roughly in the $200,000 range. That includes our estimated union contract increase of 1.5%, matching the city's increase. Some of our staff, they follow similar to the city's grid. As you progress in the number of years you've worked, you go up your salary grid, little bit by little bit, year by year, so it covers off that point as well. And one of the other parts of that is that we have moved to a single service desk model, which is a little bit of a short-term cost for personnel, but a long-term gain for us. So our library service model for many years, for as long as I've known, is very silo-oriented. So you have your children's librarian, you have different silos for different program deliveries and service deliveries as librarians. And we've tried to change that model so that more people could do more things. And it's a model based on, if we weren't looking to grow as a library service and as a city of Barrie, if our population wasn't going to drastically increase, we may look at our approach in a completely different light. Maybe not, but we're looking at a scenario where a small expense today will result in savings and efficiencies significantly in the future and allow us to be able to service the population more efficiently as we go forward. So rather than having to duplicate many different individual silos of service, there's more overlap between those skill sets.
And I say that in the budget here, $5 million is only personnel that you spend. And what I really concern here is that not only you ask almost 4% of increase, but also the library reserve goes to zero in 2016. So from 14,000 go zero. And even that, you ask another 4% increase and spend $5 million in personnel. And I don't understand why wait until now to have a review in your business model.
Well, that's a good question, Councillor Silvera. Through your worship too, Councillor Silvera, I think there's a couple quick answers to that. The first is, you referenced the library reserve of $214,511. That was library reserve money that we used to operate and fund our programming last year. We tried for the last 2 years, we provided a budget to this council that held the line on our own expenses, and we used our own reserve funds instead of keeping them for necessary emergencies and other things in the future. We use our own reserve funds for 2 years in a row to fund some of our programming. So that's not we don't have an unending supply of reserves to draw down. We have been drawing down our reserves to help offset what would be tax increases in 2014 and 2015. In addition to the personnel part of things, we can't control the contracts that we negotiate. We do our best to negotiate those contracts, and we can't control that we have a stepping grid just like your own city staff have the similar stepping grid. But we're also looking at how do we manage our library in the best way possible. So for what we consider a reasonable expense, from an overall library budget perspective, we're delivering, we're changing our ability to provide service and enhancing it in a way that will ultimately save a lot of money.
Yeah, I agree with you. You cannot control the contract agreement, but you can control the personnel, the number of people who work for the library. And what I'm going here is that you said there is 900 volunteers. I wonder why not, ask more volunteers to pitch in instead of, I remember last year, I probably I'm wrong, but we had to hire another person last year, or was a year before. But I mean, personal, I think you have the ability to increase the number of personnel, especially with this business plan that you have here asking for 4% of increase, and last year we increased again. And I don't know, in my right conscience, go back to my residents and say, okay, they asked 4% of increase. That's my point here. I know you don't have control and the contract, but you have control the number of personnel who works for the library.
So just before you respond to that, Mr. DeHamel, I'm going to need a motion to extend this meeting past 11 p.m. Moved by Councillor Khan, seconded by Councillor Prowse. All those in favor of extending past 11? Any opposed? None. That carries. Back to you, Mr. DeHamel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Severa, you're absolutely correct. We do have control over our personnel. What we could do is not hire, and we could lay off staff. That's certainly one option that we could look at. But we can't use volunteer time to replace union positions. That's in contravention of our union contract. So I think you have the same stipulation in your own organization. So we have limitations on what we're able to do with our volunteers, and it's not to, as much as we'd like to be able to just have volunteers do what union staff do, we can't simply trade those off. That's not something that's within our ability.
Yeah. Marilyn, I have one more question related to staff. How many people really works for the library right now? What's the number of staff?
What's FTEs? How many? We have 65 full-time equivalents.
65 and $5 million. That's how much it costs. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Severa. Councillor Prowse.
Thanks, Mary Lee. Just while we're on the staffing, Mr. DeHamel, 65 full-time employees, how many of those would be customer-facing or frontline? Do you know?
I don't, but I'm looking to Al.
Just off the hand, probably close to 90%. Even some of our management group do front work.
So admin support is maybe 10% of your staffing, Mr. Davis?
So it's fairly small.
Okay, thanks. I just like to have the ratio, so I appreciate that. Mr. DeHamel, the reduction in city maintenance in your budget line there, I'm not sure what goes into that. I'm just wondering if you can speak to that. It's going down by almost 15%. Looks like good news. I'm just wondering what it is.
No, it's. I think that's a great story, actually, because last year we were really struggling with maintenance, carrying over from the year before. I think your staff have been outstanding this year in helping to work with us to address some real long-standing maintenance challenges that we've had. And I think there's a more progressive way of looking at what maintenance needs we have and working together to facilitate those improvements. And rather than surprising at the end and, for not even finger pointing at all, it's just simply a much more cooperative working together scenario. So I think I can speak on behalf of the whole board. I know we're very pleased with a much different working dynamic than there was previously.
Great. So that's property and building maintenance.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Hamel, I think it's your last slide. And this looks like a different definition for me. You've got active card holders. Definition. So my question is, what is the definition of active card holders for a library?
I think I know what the answer is, but I'd rather make sure that...
Mr. Davis, I've asked before, so I'm just wondering if it's changed.
Come on down.
Sorry, to Mayor Lehman, through Mayor Lehman, it means that anybody who has used their library card in the last 2 years.
In the last 2 years. And Mr. Davis, has that definition changed? Because I know I've asked that question many years ago.
That definition is an accepted definition now by Ontario libraries. And there's been, so it has varied in past years. It has been in the last 3. All agreed on 2 years.
Okay, so 2 years is the standard, and that's what we're measuring.
That's the standard,
okay.
Yeah.
Great, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Prowse. Councillor Ainsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just quickly, I am looking at the budget summary, and I'm sorry, are we provided, I don't know if staff or if you know, I hate to admit it, but I'm not sure if I have more detail in my budget binder than the summary that you provided tonight. I don't think there's anyone here from the city that can tell me. Because the reason I'm asking the question, I know that there seems to be about $1 million that you're going to spend on materials and supplies. And I just wonder, what kind of materials and supplies?
Well, our library materials, and Al can correct me if there's anything mixed, that's our collection. You know, that's everything from
Are
our
you going to add $1 million to it, or am I missing something?
Well, it's the subscriptions that we have. It's the replacement of books that we do not, that are no longer usable. They're new stock. And we'd actually tried, because we're moving towards a community-centric model that focuses less purely on collections and going to a building to take out a library book. Our budget 2 years ago was about $1,036,000, and we dropped it last year to $830,000, and we found that drop was too much. So we're trying to find the right balance to try to be much more efficient with what money that you do give us, but what we dropped it down to was a little too low.
So do you have any idea of how it splits up between e-books and movies and actual books in binders? Bound books, I mean, excuse me.
Sorry to Mayor Lehman, through to Bonnie. I don't have any figures right here. I could probably work them up for you, because we don't quite sort of set a proportion like that. What we look at is what our objectives are in terms of providing access to collections and information, and then we spend the money accordingly. A lot of this money that's being spent now is being spent on digital subscriptions, which means that rather than buying multiple copies of popular books, we buy them in a digital format, so we just have 1 or 2 copies on the shelf, and the rest of it is people can download now onto their devices and read them at home, and we don't have to put them back on the shelf, etc. So there's savings that way. But there is no set formula as to what proportions we do that way. We just look at the best way to meet information needs for our patrons.
Well, I appreciate the answer, and I do understand that council really has no authority or say over how you operate or what you buy for the library anyway. But I was just curious how big of a jump are we making to technology? And I mean, to me, that is sort of an indicator that we don't need a building anymore.
And on that point, Your Worship, through to Councillor Ainsworth, that's the key focus. Is libraries are not about just books anymore. They really are community hubs. And so one of the reasons why I wanted to show you some of the program offerings is that the wide range of programs that are being offered in service delivery. It's not about just going in and grabbing a book any longer. And so we're experimenting to try to save on the tax dollars, is dropping what our collection costs could be. We just dropped it too much last year, and that's not sustainable from our library service. So we're trying to find the sweet spot on how much we can reduce our collections and use that money for other programming and really be a community hub for this city.
Thank you for the information.
You're welcome.
Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. To Mr. Davis, can you share with members of council what the statistic regarding the city of Barrie as we compare to similar sized municipalities across North America in terms of our square footage is?
Okay, Mayor Lehman, to Sergio. I don't have up-to-date statistics, but if you were to look in North America on the latest statistics for square footage per capita for a city being served the size of Barrie, we have about a third of the square footage per population that any other library would have. So in other words, we're the lowest in North America in terms of space on a population or on a population basis. I think one of your slides picks up on this on which one is it here? Top one there on the population served per branch is basically most cities of this size have between 5 and 7 locations. We have 2. And because we are not really serving parts of the city, particularly the Holly area, that's why we have trouble with that third slide on the percentage of population that are card holders is the fact that, and I agree with Ray, I'm surprised it's as high as that, because basically a lot of people are not accessing our library because there's a distance challenge. A lot of the children that are in the Holly area will end up graduating high school without ever having visited the library, unless they went with the one trip per year that the schools take by bus to the library. And it does make a difference. Kids who don't learn how to love to read and things like that don't do as well in school because the love of learning isn't as great, and they do pay a price later on in life. They don't usually go as far with education and the like. So it's kind of a serious thing. There are areas of this city that Barrie is not serving with library services.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And I just wanted to, for you to clarify to council on that, because of the importance of that statistic. You know, to understand that we're at the bottom of the list. Basically, North America sends a strong message. And to touch on Councillor Silvera's point earlier, he asked the valid question. I want this information because I need to go back to my taxpayers and give that argument. Having the short time that I've served on the library board, from personal experience and personal observation, I can attest to you that there have been a lot of hardships that they have dealt
sorry,
with.
there's a question at the end of this, right?
Yes.
Great.
There will be. There will be a question. Yeah, no, there will be a question. We have, Mr. Duhamel, we have dealt with the broken elevator that we have been faced with for some time.
Yes.
Okay, so these are continued. You put me on a spot, Mayor Lehman. I did. You did. Kind of threw me on there. The mold? I don't know about the mold. Point matter is we don't have the square footage. We finally have resolved the elevator, and I hope that we continue to do those things. And I encourage any member of council, if you do have those concerns, I guess per se, definitely I know members of staff would be probably more than welcome to take people through a tour so you can see that impact firsthand. So.
Thank you very much. Councillor Khan, question.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'd like to put a motion to keep us here past midnight. Two things, real quick, just to let you know, we do have viewership still going here, and Mr. Davis, you just got a compliment from a resident who said you are the consummate library guy. You're the librarian. So kudos to you from our resident. Question real quick, through you to Mr. Duhamel, Mayor Lehman. You mentioned we're no longer known as the book repository or just the book repository, and there's other programming. The question's been asked about sort of our staffing complement and how many FTEs we have, et cetera. How, summarize real briefly, book repository versus other programming, what's the breakdown? And there's a question to that. Is there an opportunity to separate your revenue model from where we normally take a library card and sort of sign out a book or download a book in this particular case versus residents wanting to access programming via what we might look at as like a cost recovery model to help subsidize the program that you are offering? Whether it's the fantastic robot program that I'm hoping Mr. Vandercruz will come out and tell us about one day soon, or other programs that you're offering, whether it's new to new Canadians or whatever it might be. Is there an opportunity there for us to look at some recovery?
I'm going to defer to the CEO on that point, but I will say that, sorry, Your Worship, through to Councillor Khan, that libraries, like everything else, must remain relevant in our society. And I think that's, you have to get good value for the dollar that you do spend. And so under the Libraries Act, we cannot make a profit. We're not a profit-generating activity. Whether or not there's some program opportunities, that's in terms of charging fees for that. One thing that we do get a lot of comments from the people that use our library, though, is that when you need the library, when you have some challenges or there's other things in your life that are not going well, you can go to the library as a default, and it helps a lot of people when they need help. And so there's a lot of service providers in the city that do a variety of different things. Our goal is really to promote lifelong learning, and it's a vision of our library and enriching the community, and we really are a community hub. So while perhaps there's an opportunity to raise some fees through, and I'll ask Al to comment on that, I don't know that they're going to offset $5 million worth of library staffing expenses. As an example, this is not a for-profit organization. This is a service delivery model. If you want to have community building libraries in your community, you have to pay, and that's, if you want to cut back, I anticipated the question coming through here is, what if you don't give us the 3.9% increase? What if you give us something less? We'll offer the best library service that we possibly can with the money that you give us. And if that means you want us to spend less on personnel, then we're going to cut programs, we're going to cut services, and we're going to cut hours of operation, and that's probably what would happen. And those are the hard choices that you would force the library board of trustees to make, as you have to make your own hard decisions around this table. But I urge you, as much as Al's Mr. Library, I like to think of myself as well as I'm a very big champion and advocate of libraries, and I would hope you recognize what it provides this community for the money that you are spending. So, Al, do you have any comments about the actual charging for programs?
Yeah, I can't make much more. That was pretty eloquent. That's why he's the chair of the board. Really, libraries have always struggled with this. First of all, we have legislation that doesn't allow us to charge for core services. And so you have to if you're going to follow that business model, you've got to look at something that's not going to be described as a core service. And it's been my experience, and I come from Alberta, that charges for everything. That's the sort of the home of free enterprise in Canada. Basically charging for library services, basically thinking that if we don't charge, it's not going to be sustainable and we won't be able to provide the service. Really all it's done is stop the people that you want to reach the most, mainly children and young people. It prevents them from actually getting the services, and you actually are not creating the benefit that Ray has just described for a library in the community. So it's a difficult one. Some we could have a model to charge. I've done that before in business services, and businesses were glad to pay because it was a very good service for the price and we could recover the costs. And that didn't stop businesses from having services. Don't quite see that in Barrie yet. We certainly have some good entrepreneurial beginning businesses, etc., but I don't really see that. But I wouldn't have a problem with a business model that charged there, because that would actually allow a service to take place. But for most of the stuff that we do in libraries for families and the like, charging would just simply mean a lot of people wouldn't be able to get that service, and we would have to go into means testing and other things, and it's that you just end up with a lot of overhead.
So, Mayor Lehman, actually both answers were exactly what I was looking for. The fact is you likened it previously in your comment to more of a community hub or a community center. The library is evolving and shifting, and that's why it was it sort of triggered a thought that we do offer programming. We offer accessibility to all of our residents, those who are especially the community services, community center provide services to those in our community who might not find similar services elsewhere in the private enterprise. So whether it's swimming lessons or skating lessons or whatever it might be. So that's sort of what triggered the question. Love your answer. Go ahead.
Well, Your Worship, through to Councillor Khan, one of the real big reasons why we also are strong advocates of libraries in the community centers is that we can reduce the square footage that you have to spend on your library. So rather than having to have a standalone 15,000 square foot library, you can do it in 10,000 square feet. You have shared, entrance ways and, maintenance rooms and washrooms and meeting rooms and things that make delivery of the service so much more efficient. And that's why we're, not only do you encourage people that are swimming, one child is swimming, the other one's heading into the library, or somebody's skating and heading to the library. You encourage all that great community learning, and it's in your community hub already, but you're reducing your costs. It's very much more efficient. So that's why we came to you many years ago on Holly, and why we still believe in it, and why we were strongly advocating both Hewitt's and Salem, the community centers contain libraries. It's exactly for that reason, to provide that community center, work into the hub that you've already got. Let's try to lower the costs.
Great, thanks for the answer. I regretted it at first, but you hold on with the last frontier of giving an opportunity to residents and students and kids in the community, et cetera. But thanks for the last point. Very good point.
Okay, thanks, members of council. Any other questions for Mr. DeHamel? I have two really fast ones. First, do you have statistics for how many more people are active users of the library in the Painswick area of the city compared to the Holly area of the city? Are you able to isolate that?
I think we can.
We could do a study. We would have to use the postal code, but we probably could do that.
I would be interested in knowing that. So if you have the postal codes of our cardholders, it would be really interesting to pick 10 postal codes around Painswick and 10 postal codes in Holly. Just compare the number of cardholders. It would be interesting to know, because it would provide evidence as to the degree to which the location of the branch is impacting you.
Service level.
The second question I had, if you look at this budget breakdown, the real story on the cost is 3 reserve contributions that are gone this year. The library reserve, just to confirm, near the bottom, that's the ramp-up reserve that is
No, that
exhausted?
was our own reserve, Your Worship.
Okay, so is the municipal reserve that's referenced at the top the ramp-up reserve?
No, the municipal.
Which one was that?
The municipal reserve. I
have to speak in the past tense.
Overage. We had a deficit in 2014 for maintenance. So you provided us last year at the request of our budget for 2015 with $170,000 to cover the overage for maintenance from 2014. So that's what the $170,000 is under the 2015 budget line.
So the cumulative impact is nearly $500,000. And that, if you back everything else out of the budget, is the whole story. Okay. Thank you very much for answering all these questions, big and small. If there are no further questions, that completes the presentations. Members of council, thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Hamill, Mr. Davis, and members of the board for staying through 4.5 hours of the majesty of local government. That brings us to inquiries. Councillor Ward.
Getting the death stare here, but I do have an inquiry. Actually, for you or Councillor Shipley, as a representative of the police department, I just thought of it when the chief was making a presentation tonight. I thought when we introduced downtown cameras, we were going to get a report on their effectiveness. And maybe even if we didn't make it a requirement, I'd be curious some point this year to get a report from the police on if they're being used, if they want the program expanded, just that kind of thing, if you could have them report back.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Shipley and I are looking at each other. We have received a report at the board. There is an interest in expanding it. So we will, we'll see what we can get right back to you. There certainly has been a review of the effectiveness. They've been very useful in investigations.
If we just get a copy of that, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Okay. Thanks, Councillor Ward. Other inquiries? Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just want to note that there was a correspondence to the school board that they were going to resubmit a revised site plan. And so I'd just like Mr. Naylor, if you could advise city staff to talk to the school board and discuss city planning policies and associated urban design guidelines as soon as possible.
Through Your Worship, we certainly will, yes.
Thank you very much.
Other inquiries, members of council? Seeing none. Announcements. Councillor Ward, any announcements?
Just one about my town hall coming up for traffic concerns on Hanmer and Kozlov Street. It is Wednesday, January 20th from 7 to 9 p.m. at St. Marguerite DeVille School Library. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ward. Any other announcements? Councillor Khan.
I'm not sure who's watching, but Mr. Ferrari, congratulations to your team, Mr. Rose, Hanrahan, et cetera. I believe Jeff Sharp as well for excellent work on Mapleview and in the core there between Bayview and Bryan. Thank you. Obviously, residents should notice a significant increase in traffic flow and no more smash-up derby or whatever you want to call it in the intersection. So thanks for that.
Members of Council, what Councillor Khan's referring to is our traffic staff adjusted the signal timing on Mapleview. They did before and after studies, and they have seen a significant improvement in the flow, particularly from Bayfield West to Highway 400. So yes, good work, and I know Councillor Khan, you were out on site there too. Other announcements? Anyone? Okay, I have a couple. I wanted to advise Christmas trees, for anyone who's remaining watching, will be collected weekly during the month of January on the regular waste collection day. Please ensure trees are free of plastic wrap and decorations and are visible at the end of the driveway. Trees must not exceed 1.8 meters or 6 feet in length. If it snows and it buries the tree, please lift it out so that the tree is visible to the collector. Would note next week, the General Committee meeting is entirely devoted to the budget. We're all looking forward to an exciting budget night next Monday. Wanted to remind residents overnight parking on any street is prohibited, and today we got an example of why. Overnight from December 1st to March 31st between 12 midnight and 7 a.m., between 3 and 6 a.m. with the downtown, in the downtown. Okay, I would like to announce that it actually says this here on my cheat sheets. I would like to announce that you can now register your pet forever. F-U-R, forever. New for 2016, register once, pay once, and your pet is set for life. A new pet registration for $50, previously licensed in 2015, is $25. Change of contact info is $10. A pet owner must pay their fees by January 31st, 2016 to be eligible for the discounted price of $25. For more information, visit barrie.ca or contact Bylaw Services at 739-4241. I want to announce the Barrie Rec Pass rates. The annual increase, the small increase, will be February 2nd. So if you buy a Rec Pass before February 2nd, you can get it at last year's rate. 739-4223 if you have questions, or on the website. Wanted to advise residents, the 2015 resident parking passes for the waterfront are going to be valid through to March of 2016, which will give us time to get the new ones out to everyone via the mail. But you can use your 2015 resident pass on the waterfront until the end of March of 2016. Last, I wanted to announce the Circle at the Center, the City Hall outdoor rink, is open 7 days a week, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., weather permitting. And yes, even on a day like this, they were out there shoveling it early, Zamboning it, and there were lots of people skating today. There are also a number of other outdoor rinks, including the waterfront rink, which they were trying to get open for this weekend. Mr. Fryery's nodding yes. So we actually got the artificial rink down on the waterfront open this weekend, and there are, of course, other shinny rinks throughout the city. There are lists on the website at barrie.ca. Last item of business is the bylaws. Councillor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that leave be granted to introduce the following bills, and these bills be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bills 1, 2, 3, and 4.
It's late at night, so I'm glad the numbers are small. And it's a new year. Moved by Councillor Ward, seconded by Councillor Shipley. Leave be granted to introduce the following bills. These bills we read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bill 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ironically, that's also the combination I had on my luggage. Comments or questions on the bylaws? Seeing none, those in favor? Any opposed? None. That carries. Councillor Ward.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that leave be granted to introduce the following bill, and this bill we read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bill 5.
I think we need to come up with a numbering system that sounds more majestic than just 5. Moved by Councillor Ward, seconded by Councillor Shipley, that leave be granted to introduce the following bill, and this bill will be read a first, second, and third time this day and finally passed. Bill 5, the confirmation bylaw. Comments or questions? Seeing none, those in favor? Any opposed? None. That carries. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor McCann.